You're live.
Okay, so we can start, right?
So you'll mail this link out?
Is the microphone on?
The microphone should be on, yes.
Okay. Good morning.
Yep, it's on.
Okay. We're trying to start on time up here. One of the things I need to tell you, my name is Susan Clemens, and I'm your psychologist. I do counseling and disability services. Right now I need to tell you that I left my glasses at home, so they only for me to see you, I'm going to have to put on my sunglasses, so I'm not trying to be cool by doing this. I had these on my head this morning, and I reached up and said, oh, I got my glasses. Well, I had the wrong ones, so. Anyway, I want to thank you so much for the opportunity to share with you some of the things that we're doing and to be able to connect with you and get some of your feedback. That's going to be really important to us. One of the big things that I want to emphasize throughout this whole time and talking to you is that I see all of us, my office and you guys, as a team. I can't do my stuff without you. And I'm here to support you and to help you help our students. I know that that's exactly where we're all wanting to go. So I have notes up here, and I'm doing that to keep me on track. My husband said that I tend to be verbose, and I looked that up, and I know what it means. So basically, just quickly to do an overview, I'm going to introduce the Faculty Mentor Program that we have. And I'm going to introduce you to the mentors. We're going to have a presentation of the student survey results from the spring. I'm going to introduce you to LibGuides, which is kind of exciting for us. There will be a small portion on counseling services. Susan Coffendaffer is going to talk a little bit on legal responsibilities in providing disability services to students. And I'm going to follow that up a little bit with what's up with accommodation letters? Because I think we have a lot of questions about that, and I think maybe sometimes they're not very clear. Also, Rachel Plybon Beach is going to talk about universal design, and there will be a time for questions and answers afterwards. So right at the beginning, I want to talk about the partnership of our office and Pierpont faculty. About last spring, Amy Snively and I worked together, and she came up with the idea of faculty mentors. Some other colleges were using this, and we thought it was a great idea. So I sent out an email for all you guys, and I got some responses. And we have been meeting occasionally. We're not killing each other by meeting continuously over the past couple of semesters, and I am just honored and excited by my connections with you guys. It is phenomenal. So basically, the purpose of this is to better help each other and our students. I had no idea the depth of your experience and expertise in all of these different things. I had no idea Rachel existed. And here she's, I'm looking for universal design, and man, she's on it, So it's just really wonderful for us to be able to do this. And all of us, our goal is, again, to help our students achieve their educational goals. And that's why we're here. It's also in line with Pierpont's strategic plan, again, which is to engage all faculty and staff in student success and to offer instruction through multiple delivery systems, which is what universal design is based in, pretty much, and to increase retention activities. And based on what we heard yesterday, we really need to be focusing on retention in addition to recruitment. So, and that's us, guys. We had a lot of projects. The first one was the Pierpont Student Survey, and that's already been completed. We're working on creating a faculty guidebook and training for universal design, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that here today. We're trying to compile a community resource list for students, and we're also, some of them are interested in attending suicide prevention training. And the new thing is getting a listserv. I just talked to Josh, who's my Google guru, about this, and we're going to put together a listserv, which means that all of you guys can participate in this. You'll be on there at the beginning, and if you don't want to do this, you can take yourself off, and you can talk to each other using the listserv. So if you're having a problem or something like that, you can post it on the listserv and get feedback from other faculty members. So I was kind of excited about this. What I would like to do right now is introduce you to our mentors. If they would stand up, I think you probably will recognize them. So just everybody stand up and stay standing. It's Susan Coffindaffer, Janet Cole, Jennifer Ellison, Linda King, Nancy Parks. Nancy's not here. Rachel Plybon-Beach, she's our new one. Natalie Seipold, Michael Walls, and Melissa White. I think, thank you, you can sit down. I think some of them are probably watching here also. We would also like to give an invitation to you. We would like you to join our team. We would really like to be able to have a mentor from each of the programs so that we can connect with everybody like that. If you're interested in what we're doing, just to get some information, see if it is too time consuming, because I understand how difficult your time frames are, you can speak to a mentor, you can talk to me, or you can email access@pierpont.edu. I also wanted to share with you that this fall I'm going to actually create a survey, and I'm going to be sending it out to you guys, and I want to know what you need from our office. Okay, our next thing, our faculty mentors wanted to know, as faculty, how they were meeting Pierpont students' needs. And they came up with questions, a bunch of them. And James Jesmer, president of student government and a student worker in our office, put their questions in a survey. Come on up, James. We notified you about the survey by email this spring, and you helped by announcing the survey to your classes. And James, with the help of another student worker in our office, James Mackey, we have two Jameses, so it can be confusing sometimes. I'll put the whole thing together for you, and they created a presentation. So James Jesmer will be presenting the survey results to you now.
And this is just a slide, this is not. This is
You just dumped that one,
yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Susan. So as Susan said, I am the student body president for both Fairmont State University and Pierpont Community Technical College, as well as a student employee in the Office of Counseling and Disability Services. So just a little background on the survey. Susan approached me in about mid-April, along with the faculty mentors, trying to formulate questions that we would be able to ask the students to get the most effective answers out of them, and really try to understand where they're coming from as students and how they're perceiving their time at Pierpont Community and Technical College. So with that, I'm going to show you the questions in just a moment, but here is kind of the breakdown demographics of who was able to answer our survey. We had 75 total participants, which is actually a good chunk for a university campus survey, believe it or not. But as you can see here, about 63% of our students were first-year students that answered our survey. About 30% were second-year students, and the remaining about 7% were third, fourth, and even fifth-year students that were with us. And 14% were graduating seniors, and 85% were not graduating. So these are the questions asked within the survey, and we realized that when students answered, there were a lot of overlapping answers to questions, like overlapping issues that kept reoccurring, but they weren't happening in the same responses. So instead of just listing, all of the answers that we had with all of the questions that we had, we decided that we needed to take a step back and see what recurring themes there were and how to present those to you. So these are the questions. Basically, what do instructors do that you could find distracting or unhelpful? What do instructors do that encourage you to learn? What in the classroom environment itself might be distracting to you? Trouble accessing locations on campus? What could we as a college be doing to help you graduate on time? More specifically, for traditional students, we asked them two specific questions. What have been some of your biggest struggles coming into college from high school? And also, is there anything you wish you better understood when you first came to college? And then for the non-traditional students, what are your biggest struggles in completing your degree? What services did you wish, what options do you wish that currently exist do you wish, I keep saying wish, what do you find most helpful that we're currently doing? And then also, what do you wish was offered? All right, so issues within the classroom, I'll just start with that. A lot of students brought up the fact that the heating, ventilation, and cooling was discomforting, whether it was too hot. That was typically the case. There was a couple instances where it was too cold. Some external noise. There was construction going on that was distracting students from the learning process. other students in the classroom, whether that was talking out of turn, side conversations, texting, and also noises outside the classroom. One other thing that bothered students a lot was when students and faculty members came into the classroom and interrupted the professor during the class time. That seemed to interrupt the flow of the lecture and kind of hurt what the student was learning, they said. Also, we found that dirty and messy classroom environments were also distracting the students, just visually, I think, for the most part. So we broke it down, our two options, or some of the stuff, into teaching styles and teaching behavior. So teaching styles is like the way the lecture or the presentation is presented to the students, and behaviors, which I'll get to in a moment, is kind of how the teacher might act in the classroom or outside the classroom that helps the learning process. So I think teaching styles that we found were helpful were being knowledgeable in the field of study, and we all know that everyone here is knowledgeable in their field of study, but it's mostly just letting the students know that you're knowledgeable in your field of study. Apparently they're not getting it, I don't know. Giving individualized attention, so answering questions like on an as-needed basis was something that was probably mentioned 30% of the time. Like that's what students love the most, is when you could answer a question for them right afterwards. Giving well-organized and clearly presented lectures. Having a teaching style that involves giving examples. This is another thing that came up a lot. A couple of students complained that real-world examples were troubling to them, but for the most part, a lot of people said that they really wanted real-world examples and that helped them better understand what was happening in the classroom. Some things that weren't too helpful to students, they felt that some classes moved too quickly and it's hard for them to take notes on all the content that they wish they would be able to. Then also reading directly from the PowerPoints was distracting students, and that wasn't as helpful, they said. But this isn't really stuff to work on. It's a lot of just understanding the student's perspective and where they're coming at with however you're teaching, whatever your teaching style is. It's kind of just understanding, oh, you know, this is how they perceive what I'm doing versus what you might actually be doing. So teaching behaviors that they thought were helpful, encouraging students on important and fundamental ideas, so just saying, you're doing a good job. Students said that a lot, that was helpful to them and really helped them get through the course. Engaging students in the learning process, so kind of this back and forth rapport with students, they also seem to enjoy that as well. Having a positive attitude in the classroom, so I guess smiling a lot would make them feel better. I don't know. Providing productive feedback to the students as well. So again, just telling them good job, or even, it doesn't even have to be positive, it could be negative, like, hey, you know, you might be able to work on this to improve it later on. It doesn't have to be, you know, you're doing awesome. It could be, hey, we could work on this to get it better. And that might be the productive feedback that they need. And also just respecting students. They said they felt disrespected. Some teaching behaviors that they thought were not helpful, getting lost or off topic within a lecture. They'd rather stay on track, I guess. Not being present during listed office hours was also distracting to them. They felt that their time wasn't being respected in that process. Responding to emails late or not at all was an issue for them as well. They just felt like they weren't able to communicate with you outside the classroom. Showing a lack of respect towards students, and showing up late or not at all for class. So those are just things that the students perceive as not helpful. Beyond the classroom, and these are obviously probably out of your hands, but just some other issues that students are dealing with that they felt they needed to voice to us in the survey. They feel that the available time slots for classes are too narrow, that there aren't enough class times for them to be able to take courses. The class locations on a multi-site campus make things difficult for transportation purposes. I know there were a couple instances where traditional students that lived on campus were having trouble getting to classes because they perceived that they would be able to take all their classes on the main campus if they were living on campus, and then they didn't bring the car, for instance, and that made things difficult for them. Some other students voiced that required classes being only taught once per semester per year was also difficult for them to try to schedule things, especially if that class filled up. Also, some students felt that their academic advisors were uninformed about their program of study or what classes that student might need to complete in order to graduate on time. So these were answers specifically from traditional students based on those questions I mentioned before about what they wish they had known coming into college. and what other services they wish were offered. So some students, this is again just thinking about their frame of mind and what's troubling them and what they might be thinking about when they come to class late or tired or confused. A lot of students have trouble, I guess it's just the beginning of the year, campus navigation, learning where their classes are, class locations again on the multi-site campus, having issues and transportation issues getting to those courses on time between classes. Some students struggled with the availability of financial aid. They thought there was more out there. Some students had no idea how to get that financial aid, they said. A lot of students are coming into this, and we had this a lot probably for most students, how to properly take and prepare for final exams, trouble with study habits, and poor time management as well. And also having a clear picture of their chosen program of study coming into college. That was troubling for them as well. And finally, the issues affecting non-traditional students. So these are students, obviously, that are they're coming into college several years afterwards, after high school. The availability of daycare services on campus. A lot of students wish that they were able to leave their students in daycare services on campus. And it makes things difficult for them and potentially sacrifices their ability to complete their degree on time. Lack of availability of online classes as well. They wish that there were more online classes available. Availability, again, just the available time slots for classes was too narrow, they felt, especially trying to deal with family and work as well in that process. Again, the availability of financial aid, which we all know, lack of online degrees themselves, poor academic advising they felt again. Like I mentioned before, time management with children, relationships, school, and work is also troubling to them. And finally, just again, transportation seems to be an issue across all parties on all those campuses. So that's basically just the information that we got from students. This is how they perceive their educational experience. Take that as you will, but that's about it. If there are any questions, I can probably take a couple.
Do you have numbers behind those? Do you have those in percentages or something? In other words, for some of those things,
yes,
were overwhelmingly
yes, we
answering, and some that maybe it was just one or two.
Yeah, we what's on here is actually the things that showed up several times, the things that we really took notice of. The things that showed up once or twice are not included in this, but we do on the LibGuides. The Excel file of every single answer from every student is going to be available, and if we need to condense that some way, we can do that in the future as well. There's a question.
How many respondents to that survey?
This was 75 respondents to the survey.
I just was asking how many respondents to the survey. 75.
75, yes.
Linda's using microphones. She's going to be, because we're being taped and going on virtual reality or something, so it's going to be like a television show. So the people that are not here can also hear what we're saying. We had a problem with that yesterday.
This was a question shared at our table. Have you thought about surveying faculty and staff of their perceptions of students as, if we're looking at programming and student affairs to provide for better success of our students, this is a one-sided conversation. So I think surveying faculty would be helpful as well.
I think that, I think the faculty mentors should answer that question because they're the ones that are putting all this together. So do you guys feel what you need to do? So you guys answer that.
Well, this is a work in progress, I
Yes.
think, and I think based on your comment, and I think that's a very valid thing to think about.
Yeah,
and I say at our next meeting, we come up with something.
Yeah, because this was just a kind of a presentation of overall thoughts, just seeing like the start of the conversation. And I think definitely that could be the response to the start of the conversation.
Yeah, I was just going to say, when I give my presentation, I have something else for the faculty to work on. But, yeah, so you might want to raise that question again.
morning. I'm new to the college, so this may be something that everybody's already doing. But first of all, it was a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's not easy to stand up in front of faculty and staff and say what you did. I think everything that was mentioned is typical amongst probably all the colleges in the country.
Mhm.
So it's a very valid point, and it's based on perception. If one student feels that way, it's worth looking into. But is there an avenue for faculty, staff, and students to work on these issues together? Is there a council or some type of programming where student representatives can work with staff on some of these?
I was actually just thinking about that. I haven't told you yet. When Susan was introducing the faculty mentors, I realized we didn't have a student on that board. And I know they could not mentor faculty, but they might be able to advise the mentors in that way.
So what do the mentors think about that, having a student rep on your board?
Just to talk to you guys, it would not be mentoring anybody.
Yes, I get a lot of unique, maybe they're not unique for all of us. Maybe others get the same complaint. I had a student come in and complain about all the terrible math instructors and all the terrible math classes. And I asked him, I said, well, have you talked to your instructor yet? He said, yes. He said, well, what did they say? And they said they didn't like the fact that I was absent for 8 straight math classes and I'm burning it out. And I said, you know what? You've got severe problems. You need to get help. And I say, you need more than an academic advisor. But some of our students are extremely immature. They come out of high school where they've been coddled and pampered. And we're trying to get them ready for real life. We're trying to get them ready for the workplace where they're going to get fired the first day if they act like they do in class.
Yeah.
And so some of our students need to be told to grow up, and someone's going to have to tell them. And usually it's the unfortunate duty of the faculty and their major to tell them how life really is.
Mm-hmm.
I would agree that there are some people that students that probably need some grow up experiences, but there are also reasons that a person might not be able to attend class that didn't have anything to do with that, and there maybe sometimes are uncomfortable sharing that with you. It could have to do with mental health issues, physical issues, and things like that, and that would go into the aspects of disability services. The one that you're describing sounds like maybe they need to have the grow-up experience. And being able to differentiate that is, I think, really hard for you guys. How do you know? How do you know? And that's why we're here.
Comes down to developing professionalism within our field for our students.
I just want to expound on a couple of things, and that's that most of us try to start out each semester with a good attitude. But when you have cell phones going off 4 or 5 times a day, nobody can pay attention because they're hooked umbilically to their phone. I've had students, I teach and I'm in charge of the dreaded Info 1100 class, in which 25 to 30% of the students fail it because they can't type. They won't learn to type. They can't read. Why should I have to read? A student actually said to me this semester, why do I have to read this stuff? You know, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. And this is what we all need to talk about individually among ourselves on a regular basis, student name by student name. This is the first school I've ever worked at where we don't gather and talk about students. And you know what? You get a couple of teachers ganging up on them, and we usually jerk them back into submission and get them through the semester and get them on a path that they don't want to take because it's hard. So that's all I'll say.
Thank you.
We're going to have maybe one more question. We're going to run out of time. This is a wonderful topic. And again, James did not come up with these questions. He's just reporting. He put all this stuff together.
Thanks for letting me say my piece. I tend to see the other side, and probably the early childhood side coming out of me. I noticed that the lack of time management skill, the lack of study skills are dominant in your findings. I think what we have to try to remember is a lot of students in our programs really didn't aspire to go to college throughout those early years of their life, and they had a team of cheerleaders behind them, helping them reach that point. And a lot of them came in kind of like suddenly and really very unprepared in a lot of ways. And I really don't believe in throwing people into the deep end and say, well, you have to figure out how to work this out on your own, because most of us don't have the professional knowledge to realize there's a lot going on with a lot of our students that needs, and it's true, I have said to my students, your problem is bigger than I can help you with. And I would highly suggest you walk across the green and go to Disability Services and see if you can find someone to help you talk about this and work through it. And I think, I understand people have to learn their lessons well, and experience helps you learn it well, and failure helps you learn well as well, understanding why you failed and what you can do to improve. But I think a big part of our job is to nurture students toward a more mature level so that when they walk out the door, we will feel like we're proud of who they became, not just filter them out and decide we're going to skim the cream from the top and throw the rest out.
Thank you. Thank you for all of your questions and responses. Yeah, sure.
Again, I want to say that the survey was from the faculty mentors. It was not initiated by our office, so it wasn't Disability Services and counseling saying, oh, we need to know what's wrong with the faculty in any way, shape, or form. It was all from you guys to you guys to get the information.
And it's just the perceptions of the students. This could stay this way forever, and it doesn't matter. It's still just what the students think anyway. But yeah.
Oh, you're back.
Yeah, you're on.
Okay, I'm just trying to keep up. And it sounds like we would be very helpful for us to have an ongoing discussion about these things. That would be a really good thing, I think. Okay. Pierpont and Fairmont State have gone together. We came up with these, I think, last year sometime, LibGuides. Thanks to Charlie Hively from the library. He trained Amy Snively and I, and he's been supporting us with this, with our questions. Oh my golly, how do I do this? And he's just been really wonderful. We put this together originally as a resource for our faculty mentors, but it's open source, so you guys can absolutely access this also. I'm going to just go through this really briefly and encourage you guys to explore it yourself and talk to some of the mentors. Some of them are finding it very, very helpful. If you've never been to the LibGuides, it's on the library site. You hit LibGuides. You hit all guides. It's the easiest way to find it. And we're clear down there for counseling and disability services, resource mentors, and this would be the main page. There are several tabs on here. We have the home tab. We have counseling services, disability services, sexual assault, suicide prevention, veterans tab. Don't cancel that class if you're not aware of that. If you have classes on the Fairmont campus, you might be able to find that interesting. And faculty, staff, self-care, because you're really important to us. Each of the tabs actually have a home page, and then there are other sub pages. So sometimes when you pull it up, you hit the first tab and you miss the home page. So anyway, if you're interested about the laws, the disability laws, that type of thing, counseling services, there are things actually in there that can help you look for problems in students by looking at the writing. Just a lot of resources like that. Another thing that I thought that was really important for you to know is that in relation to the separation that's ongoing, as of July 1st this year, Fairmont and Pierpont Disability Services and Counseling Services separated. So I know that Amy and Andrea has been supporting you marvelously and wonderfully for years, and they're still going to be there as consultants. So they're not going to see any students anymore, and I'm not seeing any more Fairmont students, so everything is separate that way. But we're still consulting with each other, and we have them as resources, so I wanted you to know that. Sometimes I feel like I'm doing two hats. Go ahead.
So can you confirm then, when we do refer a student, then we're only referring them to you, it would not be done very...
That's correct. That's correct.
And students, when they are getting any sort of disability accommodation forms and so forth, that's all coming through you if they're a Pierpont student?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. Okay, so right now I'm going to do the counseling services hat really quickly. Jamie's Law was mentioned, I think, probably by Leslie last year at this time. And there was a law. Is anybody familiar with this law? Apparently there was Jamie Campbell was a young person, and he, I guess his parents were away, and he had a little much to drink. And I guess the cops picked him up, and he was joking and enjoying things. And he went home, and he was so distraught by the fact that he was picked up by the police that he actually wrote a suicide letter and killed himself. His sister, the family was tragic. The sister actually was a proponent of getting more information to the schools, including the schools of higher education. So if you want to find this is where you can find it online. It is a law, and many of the things that we need to do are delineated in this law. For example, I put a lot of stuff on our sites, and I'm going to do it every more. We're required to have certain things on our websites, and so trying to get in that. So talking about this right now with you guys is in line with this, because we need to have this education and this interaction regularly. So basically, I'm sure you all are familiar with this, but suicide, there's a higher, obviously, suicide and mental health are pretty connected with this. A presence of a mental disorder puts a person at greater risk for suicide. And not all mental disorders have them. For example, and another thing, and I should have put in here, that violence is not always associated with mental illness either. So we need to become aware of that also. We think about suicide and hurting others. Suicide, this one is from the Prevent Suicide West Virginia. You can hit this website, and I can probably put this PowerPoint, send it to you guys if you want to have this. But actually in West Virginia, suicide is increasing ages 15 to 24, but it's also increasing across the board, all across the United States. And it's pretty phenomenal when you think about it, that you can see how pretty intense that is. The average, in West Virginia, the average rate of death was about 13%. And this was up to 2010. I've not found any updated statistics from the CDC or anything like that about that. This is the closest one that I found, and this is from the American Foundation of Suicide Prevention. In that you can see between the ages of 10 to 34, suicide is the second leading cause of death. Now all this is telling us is that the students that you're seeing in your classroom are high risk for suicide. And depression is really highly correlated with suicide. The interesting thing about it is that you guys are our front line. I don't know these kids. I don't interact with these kids. Many of them don't want to come to counseling and talk to me, but they will talk to you. And that's the important part. You're not a counselor, and that's not the expectation. But you listen, and that's the important part. So you're not providing therapy, but you can listen, and you can refer. You can refer them to me, and then we can get them what they need for this. So recognizing and referring students in trouble is one of the best things you guys can do. And we need you. Our office needs you, because you're out there. And how can you help? Again, learning about the warning signs. Suicide prevention training, I will be doing that for you guys on demand. So if you want this, you contact me and we can do this. There is a section on the LibGuides that I just showed you about suicide. So look at that and see what you have there. And if you're having any issues or questions, you can just call us. Call me, and we can talk about it. We're also beginning an outreach for the off-campus sites. I understand there's probably nobody here from there. We've got a lot of posters. You see them around the Fairmont campus, and I've got a bunch of them. They're going to the other campuses like MTech and the Caperton Center and everything like that, so they need to go. Also, with the help of IT, who's been marvelous, we now have telehealth, if you're familiar with telehealth. I've actually been using this a little bit with some of the students that I'm already counseling, and we have counseling sessions online. I sometimes even use the phone. So the fact that they can't get to me, I really like to meet with them right at the beginning to do an intake and figure out what they need, but if they can't get to the campus to meet with me to attend sessions, we can come up with something else. So telehealth is a possibility for that. Changing topics. Yesterday we mentioned a little bit that there's a new team in place, CARE team. Stands for Campus Assessment Response and Evaluation Team. The purpose of the CARE team is basically to keep people from falling through the cracks, to answer questions, to figure out what things need to be referred to whom. So we're not doing any disciplinary stuff, right, Michael? But we're just kind of like a funnel to get it where it needs to go. So there is this is on the website if you're interested in this. There's a lot of information on the website, and I'll tell you here, this is how to get that. We'll go that in a minute. But went too far, huh? Let me go back. So you can actually contact us by using email. We have our own email. It's care@pierpont.edu. It goes to all of the members of the team. You can also contact a member of the team. We have a faculty representative that's going to be on there. I don't know. Do we have them yet, Michael? Or is that still in the works? Okay. Okay. Because we felt, again, it's getting everything in time. So if you want to, we also have the CARE team tab, as you can see on the thing, and that will have that little the flow chart on there and description of what we're doing. There's a sub-tab right there where you can report a concern. So there are a lot of, this is just part of the online form for that. So if you have any questions about that, since we're, go ahead, Michael. Oh, wait a minute.
I wanted to clarify that the purpose of this group is to initially assess if there are things that can be done for the student that may occur before any conduct or disciplinary proceedings. So this CARE team, comprised of everybody except the judicial officer, will assess if there are behavior interventions, referral services that the student may benefit from prior to the conduct becoming a violation of our code of conduct and resulting in some suspension or other disciplinary matter. This group will not be an investigatory group that works on Title IX issues. Those Title IX complaints still must always either come to the judicial officer as an initial concern or directly to a deputy. And one of the things I want to clarify yesterday, and I think it's good practice, is yesterday we talked in terms of Title IX as referring that to our supervisor. And I want to go out there and say I'm not sure that that is the best practice to refer. As the primary individual who observes the incident, I think it's, as the responsible employee, your responsibility to make that referral to the Title IX deputy or to the Title IX coordinator to ensure that you have done your due diligence in that process. But again, I just wanted to clarify And this was my initial concern starting out as the judicial officer, that this group does not have a punitive process and will not have that. It is a referral system that assesses if there is a threat to the student, a threat to the community, a threat to self, and makes appropriate referrals within our internal structure, but also our external structure to health professionals within the broader community.
Thank you, Michael. You always do such a great job hitting the points that need to be made. Okay, so different hat now, disability services. Right now, I'm going to turn it over to Susan Coffendepper, and she's going to talk to you about legal responsibilities and issues in providing students. Need some help. Yeah. I should have had. Okay, let's see. We need to and show. And do you know where yours is? There we go. Thank you. Okay. I'm going to talk about accessibility compliance. Every year we have faculty development. We always talk about Title IX, but that's not the only government requirements that we have to adhere to. So I have some statistics for you. 11%, and these come from the National Center for Education Statistics, 11% of graduates report having a disability, and 21% of undergraduates who are veterans report having a disability. So I know a veteran is one of the populations that we're looking to recruit, so that would be significant for us. Regarding race and ethnicity, Asians were least likely to have a disability. And I'm not sure how to do this other than, you should just click it. Where's the clicker? The incidence of disability actually increased with age, according to these statistics. So we're looking to recruit non-traditional students, which means our population of students with disabilities may increase just as a result of that. With regard to enrollment, 100% of public colleges and universities reported enrolling students with a documented disability, and were providing accommodations. And of those students who are attending college and have a disability, 58% of them are more likely to enroll in a 2-year institution than in a 4-year institution. So this information is really pertinent to us as a community college. And a majority of these students have what we call invisible disabilities. So if somebody comes and they can't hear, you know that. If they can't see, you know that. If they have mobility issues, you know that. But if they're on the autism spectrum or have some other kind of emotional disability, you won't necessarily know that. So our laws. The two primary laws are Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act and the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Now, the Rehabilitation Act was enacted in 1973, but they really didn't know what they were doing until about 1977. Same thing with the ADA. There were, the law was in place, regulations were in place, but it wasn't until the 1998 amendments that a lot of the things that really affect higher education were put in place. Now that seems 25 years with the ADA. That seems like a long time, but it's not a long time in law because a case can take 3 to 5 years or more to go through a system. And I remember when they enacted the new federal black lung regulations, I was doing that type of work. And it was 2 years before we had any idea about what those regulations meant. So things just kept stacking up. So law, things move slowly. There are two parts of the Rehabilitation Act. Section 504 was the first legislation to declare civil rights for the disabled, and Section 508 expresses requirements regarding assistive technology. Which I'm not very good at, so. Section 4 requires any entity receiving federal aid to requires them not to discriminate against an individual because of a disability. So that's going to cover any college or university. Oops, went the wrong way. The ADA has 5 titles. Title II of the ADA applies to state and local government entities, and Title II, it protects qualified individuals from discrimination. Title V set up a board that is going to have significance here in a little bit. It set up this U.S. Access Board, and that board has the technology standards that we have to abide to regarding what our web pages look like, what kind of assistive technology we make available to students. And on February, another way of letting you know how the law works, on February 2015, they said, we're going to publish a rule. Well, they thought that rule would be available in summer of 2015. It's still not available, but is expected in October of this year. So what that means is the rule comes out, there's a public comment period, and then probably 6 months to a year, whatever those requirements are will be in place and will be expected to adhere to them. They're expected to follow the recommendations of this World Wide Web Consortium. And it's an international organization that establishes standards for the web. The standards are perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust, and they have 3 levels of compliance. So perceivable users must be able to perceive the content. Operable, they must be able to operate through it. The navigation must be clear, or at least there must be instructions how to navigate. It must be understandable, regardless of the medium that they use, and the content must be accessible to all users. And it must keep up with advances in technology. Some schools thought that they could bypass some of these requirements because it's new technology, but this entire act assumes that you will keep pace with technology. So the three levels of, here's an example of the three levels of compliance with regard to web pages. And just about any web page is going to meet these standards. Have titles, there's more than one way to locate the information or access the page, and it uses section headings. But when it comes to the accessible video and media, that's going to be a little bit more problematic. We talked about, I think Harmony talked yesterday about providing captions. The level AA also requires captions for live media, and then when it goes to the AAA, it requires an interpreter. So, hey, Lori and Ruby, that might mean more work for you and your students. So compliance. The first case to really set the standard was in 1991, and the reasonable accommodation standard is the institution has the burden to demonstrate that the relevant officials within the institution considered alternative means, their feasibility, and their costs and effect on the program, and came to a rationally justifiable conclusion that the alternatives would either lower academic standards or require substantial program alterations. And Susan's going to talk a little bit more about that. So common accommodations made, and this one hurts me so much, is not assessing penalties for spelling errors on papers or exams. Now, sometimes that is important, but sometimes it's not. So you have to make that judgment. Allowing course substitutions for certain required or prerequisite courses. Now there's a standard to follow with regard to that I'll address a little bit later, but I know at WVU they would substitute in a certain program, they would substitute a higher level chemistry for calculus. So is there a substitution? Sometimes they'll say, depending on the program, sorry math people, you don't really need math. So it just depends on the program. Allowing extra time on exams. Most of the cases that I looked at to prepare for this allowed double time on exams. Allowing a reduced course load, and this kind of surprised me. It's possible to make a full-time student less than 12 hours if it's a student with certain kinds of disabilities. So that's where the reduced course load comes in, and they're still eligible for financial aid. Providing housing accommodations for a personal care assistant. School does not have to pay for that personal care assistant, but they may need to provide housing or allow them to live. The Office of Civil Rights will issue Dear Colleague letters, and they're just kind of like advisory reports. And you can go to the website, and if you're curious about a particular topic, enter that in the search engine, and it'll bring you up some letters that they have written. Dear Colleague letter is, you still have to comply with it, but it's not as onerous as an actual suit. So here's a Dear Colleague letter that they wrote advising universities. The use of technology in classroom settings must either ensure full access to students with disabilities or provide an alternative that allows them to use the same benefits. And some of the cases that I've seen recently with regard to videos, for example, is not only do you may need to provide captions, but if you have a blind student in your class and it's a video that there's some kind of movement that might be important to an understanding, you might need to provide an audio caption that kind of like when you watch one of those movies with the director's cut and you can hear the voice of the director explaining why they did things. That could be a requirement. So auxiliary aids, and these were the things that the Section 508 started and that this refresh is going to expand upon. Qualified interpreters or other means of delivering oral materials, note takers. Qualified readers, tape recorders. With tape recorders, some schools require students to sign a release that acknowledges that they will not use this material for any other purpose and requires them to, for instance, if you're in a discussion, they would have to turn off the recorder when other students were speaking, but unless it was like a question, and they'd be allowed to turn it on when the instructor was speaking. And then class materials in alternative forms. So what are the students' rights? Students have a right to equal access to everything, to educational activities, to college programs. They have a right to reasonable and appropriate accommodations, and they have a right to privacy and confidentiality. They are responsible to self-disclose. That's why that notice that's on our syllabus is so important. They have to provide documentation of disability. Susan's going to talk about that, I'm sure, but you don't need to wonder, do they really have a disability if they present you with an accommodation letter. Susan's taking care of that. They need to share what kind of accommodations they need. They have to follow whatever your rules are. So it's not a pass on following policies. And they have to meet required academic and behavioral standards. The college has the right to maintain those academic standards. And they have the right to determine the fundamental requirements of a course and a program, and the right to enforce conduct codes. We are responsible to provide equal access, to provide reasonable accommodations, to maintain student confidentiality, and to publish written policies. The OCR's most common complaints are lack of appropriate policies and procedures in place. We got that covered. The next one is charges of retaliation from faculty towards students for requesting accommodations, and I find that very troubling. And the other is disability harassment in the classroom, which is also troubling, by faculty and students. So what does the student do if they feel that their accommodations have not been honored? They can file an internal grievance. They can file, and that's what you probably hope they do, that we could resolve it. They can file a complaint with the West Virginia Human Rights Commission, the Office of Civil Rights, or the U.S. Department of Justice. You don't want that to happen. Because once one of those departments gets involved in this school, they will be around forever, just checking everything. You can try to resolve the complaint informally through mediation, or the student may just file a lawsuit. In case you never noticed, there is a complaint procedure on our Disability Services website. We're so fortunate. They have really, really covered a lot of bases that we need. So tips for you. Do not ask any student if they have a disability. If you see that they're having problems, it's okay to say, I see you're having a problem. What do you think, what are you having your most problems with? It's okay to do that. And maybe they'll share that they do have a disability and you know you didn't get an accommodation letter. Then you can send them on. But otherwise, you can't do anything. If a student does bring you an accommodation letter, you can't ask them what their disability is. They may choose to share that. And for some of those invisible disabilities, it's a good idea if they would, because you would have a much better understanding of what's going on. Do not provide accommodations for any student who does not give you an accommodation letter, because that can also set up the school with problems. And if you have any questions, there's your gal. Susan Clemens will answer for you. Can you refuse an accommodation? Yes, you can. Fundamental alteration of an academic program is grounds to refuse an accommodation.
Can I add something on that one?
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to do that, you probably need to talk to me about that, and we need to document everything you're doing with that, because if there's a complaint to the OCR about that, we need to have, because part of what I'm doing is not just advocating for the student, I'm also covering our backs. I document everything that you send to me. So if you're going to not accommodate something, we need to talk about that and make sure that it does not affect the fundamental aspects of your program.
Yes, and this is where your next assignment is going to come if you haven't done it. To refuse an accommodation, the school must show that providing the accommodation would create an undue financial or administrative burden. You probably don't want to have to go that route. Providing the accommodation would fundamentally alter the school's academic program, and the requested accommodation is of a personal rather than an academic nature. Like the personal attendant, that's not an accommodation that we need to be concerned with. So, yes, Deb?
I mean, I'm thinking here of a blind person that wants to be in fashion.
Well, bathing, eating, having somebody to help them bathe or help them eat, that's not the school's responsibility. The school may need to provide a room or allow them to have an attendant in a room, but the school doesn't have to provide that attendant to help bathe and help eat.
Right, but in the classroom.
And that takes care of the personal. We actually had one, and I believe I brought my essential functions to Suzanne before I posted them. We run very hands-on technical programs, including a mechanical class where they have to deal with tools, small parts, moving around and setting up systems. And the example she brought to me was, does your student have to be able to be mobile in this way? And I said, you have to be able to move about the room, and we can make accommodations for someone with a physical disability that they could not handle a wrench, but the amount of money that the college would have to spend to buy an entire tool set to accommodate that disability could cripple our program.
Right, and there's a case that involved a nursing program, and the student didn't have the manual dexterity to be able to do the kinds of manipulations that were required. And the school's withdrawal of an admission was upheld. So that's where we come into this essential thing. With regard to Section 504 in employment, it's people with disabilities must be able to perform the essential functions with those reasonable accommodations. So in our school setting, we have essential requirements or essential functions. When Leslie gave us that standard syllabus form and had essential functions on there, that wasn't something to slough off. That is the basis for every defense of a disability accommodation charge that there is. The Office of Civil Rights cannot require an institution to waive an essential requirement or to lessen that essential requirement. They can require modification if it does not lower academic standards, does not fundamentally alter the program, or impose an undue burden, and that's generally a financial burden on the institution. And the modification meets the underlying reason for the requirement. For instance, there was a case involving an education program with regard to lesson plans. They didn't necessarily need to be in the classroom to practice lesson plans. It could be all hypothetical. But to do classroom management to make sure that the prospective student teacher could manage a classroom, they had to be in the classroom to do that. So, yes.
Susan, thank you. As Susan said, that she not only advocates for this disabled student, but also for faculty. Do we have a process in place that shows that the faculty member has complied with the accommodation request or letter, so that we can document that yes, we've done what the student has requested, whatever that may be, reasonable, and that it complies with all the rules that we have to follow, but we need to document that we have. Is there a process in place for that?
Very good question. And I think what I'm going to do, actually, this is such a wonderful discussion. I'm going to cut short the accommodation letter, because what I was going to do was not as deep as what we're doing right now. So basically, the accommodation letter is part of that process. When we're looking at cases, and I think Susan would agree with me on this one, that they want to look to see how the student interacted with the faculty member to get the accommodations and what the accommodations were, and that would be the accommodation letter. That's why the accommodation letter is kind of like almost a contract. I don't think it's exact. How would you describe the accommodation letter?
Yeah, sort of like a contract. The thing is, each class is individual, and each student is an individual, and sometimes you have to take the accommodations that they would be entitled to and look at how those fit in with your class. Maybe you provide PowerPoints with notes, so they don't need a note taker, but they're entitled to note takers. So that's the reason that it's, don't let them hand you a letter, their accommodation letter, and walk away. For one thing, they really shouldn't, you run into further issues there. You really need to sit down with each student, talk about what their needs are and the structure of your course. And that is going to be hard for them if they're one of the students with an invisible disability, but it's probably going to be hard for any student anyway.
It is hard, and that's part of the, if you read the new accommodation letters, I think they're getting from last year, it says there right at the top, it says that you need to sit down and talk to the instructor about this, and we ask you initial each accommodation so that you've talked about it and both of you understand it. And under each accommodation, the format of the thing is the first line is the accommodation itself, and then underneath that, I'm beginning to change, and I need to work with the faculty about this too, and Susan. I think that our accommodation letters could be a little better. Does everybody agree? Yeah. So, yeah, we need to have more information. Yeah, and I think we need to have more information about how best for you guys to do this. For example, if you give them extra testing time, one of the accommodations that you can check, and we offer this, we can proctor the test at our office. However, at finals sometimes we're booked, so we can't proctor tests, so that they can also go to the tutoring center with Linda Kelly. So they forget, they go to her, she's booked up. We still, as the institution, have to give them extended testing time. And then it goes back to you guys, and you can work with me, then we have to figure out how we're going to get this to them.
Then with universal design, a suggestion was, well, if you have a class that needs 75 minutes, you can give a test that is
35 minutes, designed to be 35 minutes long, and give the students the entire class period. That would still satisfy the requirements, because if you make it clear up front that this is a test designed to take 35 minutes, that satisfies them as well.
So anyway, so part of this is covering you back with the accommodation letter, and make a copy for yourself and keep that. And then you can make notes on it. You know, I talked to the student, you know, this is the way I'm going to do that. There's also, under the suggestions, there's also an other box where you guys can come up with something for yourself. You know, if this is not going to work with you. If the student is not okay with this, you can call me and we can work something out, you know? So we're a team on this.
When you meet with them to determine that they qualify for an accommodations letter, do you review their needs with them? Because occasionally I have a student that's not really sure how to. The letter as it stands now almost looks like we're negotiating with them of what they need and what they want. And sometimes I think they're confused about, is there a limit? Can they ask for everything? And we're confused as well. Right, right. And sometimes they'll say to me, well, I don't think I do that. Are you sure?
Actually, we do a really intense intake with them. It runs 60 to 90 minutes per student. It starts now with making sure that they understand the dynamics of the program. I make sure that they've looked at your websites, what classes they're going to take. If they're having 18 hours and the person has a disability and they're not going to be able to do 18 hours of credits, we talk about that, modifying that, sending them back to the advisor to do that. That would be the beginning of the intake. Then I ask for documentation. I go over the documentation to make sure that actually what they're asking for is necessary. And then I do a whole intake about things on what they need. So then I sit down with the accommodation letter. And that's what I was going to do with you, because we're not going to have time. And I can come to your meetings for your departments. I think it would be great to be able to do that, and I can do this individually for you guys, and you can tell me how your program needs something different, if that's the case. And I go over each section of the thing, and we talk about each accommodation and how they will do that. So it could be that when they get to you, they're going to wheel and teal a little bit, because maybe that's who they are. But otherwise, and it could be that they're just a little slow on mental processing, and maybe they still didn't get it. Maybe we need to come back and talk to you more about it, or anything like that. Sometimes their mom is with them when they come in, and mom's talking, and maybe I needed to meet with them individually, and you can give me heads up on that. That's why the communication between my office and you guys is so important. We're running out of time.
Let me go through this, because this is really the important part. If you haven't figured out what your essential requirements are, you need to do that. And it should be for each course you offer, as well as the program itself. What the Office of Civil Rights has said is that the decision should be made by a group. So if it comes to a particular course, you have several people who teach that course, maybe you just get together as a group and figure out what is really essential in there. You can also consider what could be alternatives. And either say, yeah, that would work, or no, that wouldn't work. But what they're looking for is a careful, thoughtful, and rational review. That's documented. Whoops. So you have to document the essential requirements for the course and the program, explain why those requirements are essential, and then on a program level, and then for the courses, explain why those course objectives are necessary to meet those program requirements. Which takes us back to Quality Matters alignment. So all of this, kind of works together. So yeah, Leslie wasn't trying to give us busy work. It was really an important task.
And so another tip would be to embrace universal design. If you design a course so it's already accessible to a variety of needs, whether it's physical, communication needs, hearing, visual problems, then you won't have to work so hard on accommodating because you've already designed it that way. And studies have shown that implementing universal design also increases student retention. You might come upon a student with an educational power of attorney that's most likely to be one of those students with the invisible disability. They may be able to do the academic parts, but can't keep track of when they're supposed to register for classes, have problems with financial aid, and a student can appoint somebody to act as their educational power of attorney. And you would need to honor that. And back to the invisible disabilities, some of the more recent cases are suggesting that if you do have a student with an invisible disability such as autism, that you probably do need to give them the option of having somebody with them when you discuss things, because there have been a few instances where the Office of Civil Rights have found that to be a violation of ADA. Faculty attitudes play an important part. Studies found that education people in education and business faculty are more accommodating, and people in the arts and sciences are less accommodating. Kind of can understand that with the science. I'm not so sure about the arts. But I like this. This quote was in a book by about supporting students with invisible disabilities. And I think we do need to remember that a university's job is to educate. The workplace's job is to discern who can actually perform the job. And people will continue to defy expectations and prove successful in fields one would not predict, just as people who are expected to be successful will continue to, on occasion, have spectacular failures. We are not omniscient, so that's what I have for you today.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
I'd like your question.
So we try not to make it brief because Rachel has a really important presentation to you about universal design. Two questions.
I made a statement about cell phones a few minutes ago that may have seemed flippant, but I really believe that it is an addiction. Not only do I believe it, I just did a little bit of research here at Rice University, Baylor University, and National Institutes of Health have all done studies that indicate that cell phone addictions are very serious. And I think we all see the effect of the addiction when our students are deprived of their cell phones in classes. And I really think that it is leading to ADHD-like symptoms and an inability to focus. They think they're great multitaskers, when in reality, they're trying to do 6 things and they can't do 1 thing. And I really think as an institution, we need to look at this and make an institutional policy that makes it easier on each one of us in the classroom to deal with this right off the bat, to have a uniform expectation of what happens when I come in that classroom. Now, some great schools are making little boxes that everybody puts their cell phone in at the beginning of the day. This is how bad it's gotten at our lower levels. Please, this year, let's address this formally and help us all in class, help our students.
Susan, I have a question about how attendance plays into the disabilities and what people have in their syllabi. So, for example, Health Careers has a very stringent policy on attendance. When a student gets pregnant, there should be some accommodations made for that. How does that play out, and what is the suppose CR think about that?
It depends. Again, the structure of the program matters and the type of disability matters. So you almost have to look at each case individually. There are cases where they have given some grace on attendance, and there are cases where they haven't.
I'm thinking in relation to your question, because let me be not appropriate here. And mental disabilities or things like that. What if a physical disability? What if a person is physically disabled and he has to have a procedure or she has to have a procedure? What happens there? How does that do with the OC?
Again, they really do look at every case individually and every program and every course individually. That's why all the documentation is important from both sides, from what Susan takes as an intake, what you have documented as requirements for your course and your program. So it's kind of hard to make generalities. Although the most likely students to bring an action are law students and medical students. So I just thought that was interesting.
This is going to be really brief. This is the segment for the universal design, or a more focused topic would be sensory design. And let's see here. Again, I'm Rachel. I have my background is commercial interior design. I did that for a little over 20 years. And I'm a wife, mother, designer, and teacher. And my children, one had severe asthma, and the other one is on the spectrum. So I've had to apply some of these practices in a more personal manner, and so I'm seeing some results that are positive, so I wanted to look into that even further. The sensory design part's only been around and being implemented the last 10 years. You would think, since design has always been here, we consider that, but it's actually more of a specialized area now. An architect I follow at Harvard it's more of a occupant-centered design mentality now for facilities. This is her quotes. As architectural environments become increasingly responsive, they gain ability to change and become more personalized as they meet the needs of their occupants. For students, this can bring big benefits as innovative school design ideas pull from an adaptive architectural design approach. And I linked her stuff in here for you. The three things I just want to make available to you to think about is the visual aspects and lighting in your room, the sounds and acoustics, and air quality, the smells and temperatures. So what you see is important. Things that this is a 2-day PD typically that I do, so just a few highlights here. Just remember that less is more in this type of mentality. There's a lot of stimulating things that can be in a classroom that can not aid in the students' retention of what they want to learn and how they focus on you. So that's one thing to think about. Alternatives in lighting. Unfortunately, a lot of times we only have one type of lighting in the room. If you have natural light as a second, that's wonderful. That helps with vitamin D. Natural light's very good. And then sometimes just a floor lamp or some incandescent lighting is nice to add as well. And then one more thing I wanted to touch on with the visual is also what the tools that you use to teach with, such as media and such. There's rules already with ADA with the measurements of contrast and size of fonts and types of fonts that you use. So that information is out there, and they can give you examples and even have things preset for you to use if you want. What you hear, the acoustics, that's important as well. Obviously, when more than one conversation is going on in a classroom, it's really hard for anyone to try to learn something or even try to teach something. So you might want to set that rule up front, how important it is to have one person speak at a time. Again, the cell phone is important too. That's a distraction. That's a sound distraction as well. Those things that you want to remind the students that they're there to learn, and it's to the benefit of everyone if we respect that. Also, the HVAC with the sound, that was one of the concerns of students in that survey. That is important. If you can mask it, just remember anything that's porous assists in capturing noise. That can be extra pillows, even carpet tiles. The more things you can do to capture that noise in the background and kind of buffer it, and then keep your noise contained so that you can project and give what you want the students to hear to them, which is your lecture or your teaching. Air quality is so important. If you feel like you're getting sick a lot, I recommend you go to facilities. We've had that issue already on campus. There should be an air exchange in all facilities. It's very important. If you feel like you're not getting that, you need to go to facilities and let them know about it. Temperature as well. It is hard to learn if you're cold. It is hard to learn if you're hot. No room is perfect, but you can try to accommodate them. Let them leave their coat on. Let them take their coat off. Smells. Clean air smells great because you can't smell it. You just breathe it. And I can recommend that if you can minimize smells, you don't have to put it in your syllabus like no perfume, but just remind people that that affects everyone around them. And some folks actually have a hard time learning if things are distracting. So that's the whole stimuli thing.
I'm just going to add to talking about invisible disabilities. We had an incident in St. Paul last semester and found out that one of the students had a perfume allergy and had an asthma attack in class because somebody walked in with Bath and Body Works on. So, and I'm pretty sure Ben didn't know that. So, you know, those types of accommodations we don't know about because they don't tell us, but they're there. So. I try to be aware, let people know, food allergy or an asthma, I'd like to know that just because if something happens during class, I know how to handle it, to get your EpiPen or whatever.
Exactly. Yeah. This was a statistic. Susan just implied it. There really is a number for it. You can improve your students' learning by 25% if you address some of the sensory issues in your space. And there's many to look at. These top 3 are just 3 of like 15 to 18 things that you can address. So with that in mind, I invite you to look at my PDF that I've used in the past. This is one I've kind of condensed just for the classroom. That's the link to it. I've shared my files with you. And I welcome you to look at it. I think I'm going to try to do a workshop at some point if you want to look at it further. If you need me to look at your space briefly, we can talk about it and maybe address your concerns to help everyone in there, help you as well. So let me know that. And do you have any questions? Thank you. So anyway, that is the sensation of our presentation for you today. We tried to be on time. We're a little bit after. As faculty mentors, the faculty mentors have been talking about possibly putting some seminars together. And hopefully, maybe I thought about this, maybe we can even video them or something and put them maybe on YouTube. No. And things, because one of the things about universal design is not just about your classroom space that way. Universal design includes how do you do your handouts, how you do your PowerPoints and everything like that. And if we can put some things together for that, that's part of what the faculty mentors wanted to do. So do you have any questions about anything, or are you guys good to go? Okay, thank you so much for your time.
right, our next session is entitled Guided Pathways. And the first part of this is going to be interactive before we hear what is Guided Pathways all about and what is it supposed to do. So I need you to get out of your comfort zones. I need you to get out of your school areas and start filling the tables with individuals so that we're at multidisciplinary tables. And we're going to do a little pretending that we're students. And I ask you to bring your iPads or computers today because we're going to do some scenarios with students and then a quick wrap up here on what it is. Oh, I'm not sure why I'm like just going there. Shut this down. So again, move to areas so that you're in school, different schools. And if some people could come up front here because Ruby's hooked to the computer, we need some individuals from health careers and workforce and human services up at this front table. Come on, class, move it. Yes, we need people besides human services. We need some health careers. We need to get our tables looking interdisciplinary.
You know what? I'm so different. I'm just going to pretend.
In class, we want the tables all filled up. Not half tables. Get the tables filled up. There's only 4 here. You got to move to a table and fill it up.
This work verification is your voice is up on it. I don't mind interpreting the screen. So try to speak a little bit louder. And you'll hear that interpreter as well. Your mouths are saying something. You're just on
So what's going to come around to your tables, and if you open my bright and early email this morning at whatever time I sent that, you should have already seen what the assignment was going to be. So we're working 7 people to a table. We should have cross-functional teams so that I can see people from different schools. Jay, I see 2 workforce, and I know we don't have many workforce people. Oh, there's Julie. All right, I'll let you stay. Okay, all right. So what you're going to get as handouts is one of them tells you, and we don't have much time to do this, so we've got 4 student scenarios, and these are some of the scenarios that we've seen this summer while you've been enjoying your vacation and trying to get people's schedules and trying to do things. So you've got some facts about the students. You're going to use our scheduler and build them the schedule based on the model schedule and the facts and constraints that they have. And then we'll just, after about 15 minutes, complete as many of the scenarios as you can, and maybe we'll have this table, and this table start from 1 going down, and the other 3 tables start from 4 going up on working to find schedules. No, you can't use filled classes. We haven't been able to use filled classes while you've been gone. But you can, come up with ideas of, what might we have to go through for the students, And then just choose a spokesman for your person, report how easy or difficult it was to create a full-time schedule, and what other obstacles do you notice, what other problems are there, and then hopefully when we get into guided pathways, the overhead up there, we'll be able to make some decisions. You're making them a fall schedule. Yeah, so you're going to go in on our website. Can't attend in the afternoon due to job. Can't attend in the morning. Can only attend, number one is can attend in the afternoon because they've got a job.
Thank you for staying.
Looking at the student and transferring 45 credits. Transferring in 45 credits with fairly low GPA. And their English is not good, and their math is not good. And the only one that comes on between 30. The way our schedule is right now, we have classes Monday through Friday, especially first year. First year students might be okay, but when they come as a second year student, we're transferring
Tables were supposed to be for, my question. How many of those credits actually apply to our schedule? So it doesn't give us that information.
And my guess would be a minimal number, very specific. Unless they're English, well, they already know English grade.
Everybody requires guys, remember that interpreter, so we just like the I'm sorry, I'm not talking to you, you're not just wasn't like it's a good job.
I think I'm going to get to program specific questions. Conversation with the a senior member in relation to the state. So they review conversation. Getting to that mediation tools. And before the general discussion is to how to be a successful student because as in healthcare, seeing that student below the 200 required graduation or even program admission, discussion what makes a student a successful student, healthcare leading to maybe a sense remediation. The unfortunate part is when we offer admission as computers a year in terms of
I would suggest the years that the students earn the student credits and those grades. If you're not going to find out, have some clarity for your academic fitness. Because this may have been they were 15, now they're 55. And they have this black cloud, and we need to help them do some discovery about what they're offering. And the RE rate,
in the bill 11.1 word, which would be one reason why they have a OTA. It could have been all these other social factors. That prevented them from accomplishing higher grades. So I think that's an important discussion.
I think that answered pretty much what we would want to try to do.
But the challenge I've always had is that these and help them understand that we're slowing them down. Yes, they're not success. Say you're not
in my experience, even looking at this situation, the fact that maybe where they've been, their abilities, and sometimes in my experience, I haven't heard so often, I just want to have a job. So you don't necessarily hear what I always wanted to do. That it's like I have to have a job or a situation or an environment, what they've been exposed to in their culture. So like, hey, I can deal with this really quickly, but at the same time, I have to. So what I had found is, okay, how can we help what makes them happy? Happy,
There are times that I've approached our students who want to return or transfer because their job was prior to 2 or 3 years ago. They didn't even have certain coursework. And so they're on this schedule. We're employers saying, we need this, or we're down to all of this. And that's sometimes and that's and so frequently, one of the first things I have to do but it will go on the side.
What is essentials of how to register for this
The rule is, it is by statute. Okay?
Okay. Time's up. And we'll just go from table to table a little bit on student one. What did anybody find out about student one? Were you able to make a schedule, and were there any obstacles?
Our table talk with the student intake, FOSM 11:30 and 11:31, and English 11:08 from the spring first year semester, and FOSM 22:24 and 22:28 from the fall second year semester, and management 22:09. If they did that, they would have a 15-hour schedule, and the prerequisites would all line up. Is it? Karen will give us an overrun.
Okay, anybody see any other obstacles with our first student?
should be the student advised first. As we should do, we should really meet with the student and advise them before we schedule.
Hey Leslie, could you guys speak up, please?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Student, so they said students should have really met with the advisor first. Student 2, Martina?
One should talk with the student, that the student first goes to school to find out which classes could match with the work schedule so that it's not completely fixed. I'm working in the morning, I have only time in the afternoon, may not work with that work schedule.
Okay, well, let's go to the other side. Student 4. Well, I know, because you guys were starting at the top. We'll get to the bottom, then I'll give my presentation. And I know I wish we could fit in more time with this, but we wanted to give you the afternoon off. We can play this game again. Yeah. We play this game every day.
You're all welcome to come into the Advising Center any day. At 3:47 p.m. when the entire family rolls in and they'd like to talk about admissions and programs and everything all at the same time. They'd only like to do online in the evening perhaps, and health sciences, of course.
All right, student 4. Would this table like to talk a little? Thank you. We discussed the student who was bringing in 45 credits at a GPA of 1.2. Their grade in English 1104 was a D. Their grade in Math 1112 was a D. They work on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so their classes need to be on Tuesday and Thursday. We're going to assume, we all kind of assumed, that we were the advisor and they were meeting with us. So step 1 has been taken care of. When we met with them, we wanted to have some discussions with them about, and we wanted to also research a little bit, particularly if they come in as a non-traditional student. You know, when did they earn these 45 credits? Was it long enough ago to request academic forgiveness? So maybe they won't have to come in with a 1.2, which will be that big black cloud that follows them around until they can dig their way out of that hole. The state does require a C or better in English 1104, so we want to be very open with them that even though they have completed these courses, they haven't met the grade requirement to move on from these courses. We also needed to talk to them about how flexible could they be in attending class, because when you look at the plan, the model schedule for petroleum technology, and with our faculty member at the table, we learned that they have a lot of Monday through Friday daytime course schedules. And so right off it sounds like it's not a good match if the student doesn't have some opportunity to be flexible. One of the things that was also suggested in helping the student develop a strategy where they, if they want to continue on after that much conversation takes place, is can you meet with your employer and talk with them about the fact that you have this academic plan that is not as flexible as you had hoped, and is there a way that you can negotiate with them for some different work schedules? So you send them back with a little bit of homework to do. We also talked a little bit about if they are in fact a student who cannot, you know, it's been recent when they earned this 1.2. It may show they have those poor time management skills, those poor study skills. Perhaps they need to be enrolled in HUSB 1100, which is the freshman seminar, which can help them build these skills to prepare to be a better student. So there's several options.
The important thing is having that conversation that lets them know your program may not fit them. And that's a hard thing to say all the time, is that our program, there's not a good fit. If and when that happens, which makes us all very sad, I usually then, and I'm sure everyone at my table does too, look at another program and ask them, do you need this specific degree, or do you just need a degree? And perhaps if they're looking for the degree because that's what their employment requires, they can move into another major that's more compatible with their lifestyle and their schedule, and they will still remain enrolled in the college. I see Fonda's hand waving about.
We can save them a lot of time, energy, and money with Human Services 1101 called Exploring Career Opportunities. 98% of my students tell me that this course is very helpful, and actually that student that's in petroleum may decide after the surveys and discussions that they need this other field that fits their passion as well as their knowledge.
Fonda, that's a 1 hour course, right?
Yes, it is, and it stays full, but I do overrides until they tell me I can't anymore.
So I'm just listening to you guys. I'm relatively new to education, but what I keep hearing is you're telling the student that the school can't work for them. At what point do we look at scheduling and different options to make it more accommodating to the student? I know these situations are very set, I can only work, but if courses are only offered 8 to 10 in the morning, that eliminates a whole batch of students that maybe could do something in the afternoon or evening. And I hope that doesn't open up a whole can of worms. But
that was I'll answer some of that. I don't think I need that.
It's for the
We discussed that because, and whether we could look at bringing some of the courses that we offer as a hybrid. A lot of our courses are lecture plus lab, and a lot of the theory courses could possibly be taught online, or in the evenings. A lot of people, non-traditional personnel, work during the day so they could take an evening class. So if we would look at tweaking our curriculum where some of it is online, especially, like I said, the theory courses, and then bring them in, because we have a lot of equipment, different things like that to work on, 1 or 2 days a week, then something like that might be able to look at that. But that may look at changing the faculty schedule or bringing more adjunct professors in. But those are options that, as a school, we can look at. We just haven't gotten there yet.
Do a couple more comments and then we'll try to get
We actually did get student for a schedule on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I tell you what, this paper was great. With one online class and all the rest. He's got 15 hours, I think we did, on Tuesdays and Thursdays. He goes from 8 a.m. until 4:30 with no break, but he can go. We had all the same discussion, though, that they're tickled in about advising him and so on and so forth. But the other thing, I love the 1 hour class, but and I'd like to, this is my question. I thought some students can't get the aid if the class is not listed in their model schedule, and so that's a question. Could they?
They can get, as long as what makes them full-time, they're 12 credits. As long as they're 12 credits, that makes the minimum for full-time, aligns with their model schedule. anything they take extraneous to that is fine, because their tuition's not going up. We've got that volume discount for credit. So as long as what makes them full-time meets their model schedule, then they're fine. And that one credit class, not only is it a good way to discern what you might be good at and gravitate towards, it could be a clear signal, oh, yeah, I was having second thoughts about petroleum or accounting, and according to this, yeah, my gut feeling was well-founded. That's not shown up anywhere in my top 20 search.
Okay, and I'll just get the last two, and that'll be
And a lot of these same concerns might lead over to the evaluating portion as well, so working heavy.
Applied Design has converted, we've gone blended, and it is the best yet. It's better than online courses, and it's better than face-to-face, and it provides a lot of flexibility for us. We have block schedules that our students are given. They know where we're at. You saw my calendar yesterday. So we meet once a week, and then the students expected to do this, the second part of the week lesson online, and it's right there for them. We do attendance by the weekly discussion board that the instructor is not necessarily going to participate in. So we know that the student can capture the second attendance by participating with the online weekly discussion board in their lesson. So we really have, it's just wonderful. I can't talk enough about blended classes. They're just great. So we still get to see them once a week. We work on the mechanical skills that is hands-on with design. And then that second half, we give them the content that they need to read and assess themselves and survey themselves on to get that portion of the lessons in.
Thanks, Rachel. And last
in our major, we have some situations many of you probably don't have. We have some classes with industry certifications. Industry certifications typically mandate face-to-face because industry has had a very sour experience with online classes, because with online classes people get, of course our students would never cheat, but they have a situation where they get other people to do their online work, then they come in to take their test, and they fall flat in their face, and it's obvious that someone else did their online work. Then also, we have a situation with petroleum that's maybe a little bit different than a lot of you. Our students are dominant kinesthetic learners. They're not dominant visual, not dominant auditory, although we get some of those. The majority are dominant kinesthetic, because the petroleum industry attracts people that are dominant kinesthetic. They're people who have not been successful in the traditional classroom. Therefore, they take a lot of face-to-face work. If you just set them down in front of a computer, they go dead. I've had students that were 3.5 students, put them in an online class. That online class is an F, because they just don't have the brain that matches online learning. They don't have the habits, the study skills, the discipline that it takes for online learning. So when we're counseling students, we need to actually know how they think. At one college I was at, all the students I had opportunity to counsel, I got a full battery of tests that the testing center had put the students through, including a learning styles assessment, where I knew how much of the student's mind was dedicated to kinesthetic, how much was dedicated to visual, how much was dedicated to auditory. I know that's expensive. We have a federal grant that covered that, so that made it handy. But also, I got a readout, and I knew what the students' IQ was. Now, that wasn't to filter them and keep them in or out of a program. That was to advise them and to tell them what they're up against and how much time they need to plan on studying. I have many students that come in and they expect a 10 class and 0 hours on study, because the high school they were coming from required no homework and they could not fail them. They failed 1 grade, they failed 6th grade, they could not be failed again. And they knew that. I had one student came in and he said, I suppose you know, I've got a disability and I get unlimited retakes on all tests. And I said, we need to talk about that. I try not to be brutal, but you have a lot of people that come in with unrealistic expectations. I had students that say, I want just one more thing. I've had one student comes in and says, I need all morning classes. Another student comes in and says, I need all afternoon classes. Another student says, I can only go to class Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Another student comes in and says, I need Thursday, Tuesday classes only. And when you've got technologies that are 20 or less students, you're limited. You have to send everyone down the same track. It's just economically impossible not to.
Thank you.
For the student 4, he had transferring in with 45 credits, and I know that the petroleum technology program is 60 credits. I've heard that financial aid, you can only get up to 90 credits of financial aid. So how does that bring?
That would be correct. On student number 4, there's actually a couple of things that you'd have to worry about. When you hit 90 credit hours, the instructor in the program or advisor would have to do an SAP for him and just see if financial aid would approve it. 90 hours attempted from all institutions. The other thing is, with that 1.2, and depending on the time frame, is that student going to be able to get his cumulative GPA up to that 2.0 and graduate? Now, I'm going to tell, now that you've had fun, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what Guided Pathways is. We've been involved in Guided Pathways in the TAC grant. The expectation is, starting with the energy programs, that they develop Guided Pathways, and so we've been working on that. WVUP and Dr. Lampkin, which I've stole my whole presentation from, I'll say that up front because he said we can use his material, is going in full force. They've done all their program mapping and are next moving to scheduling. And I apologize that I don't have full screen on here, but when I made the PowerPoint, I didn't realize I had a timer on it, and there's not enough time to talk on each slide. So just from what we, just from the discussions that you've had in a group, I'll tell you that if we're going to move toward Guided Pathways, as Gary would tell you, it's gonna take some time. And it might be really slow to get everything in place. But I think we would really like to embrace the theory and the power that Guided Pathways has. Dr. Moore mentioned yesterday the significant increase in retention and also graduation rates that institutions that use it have. And so we can grow in those areas. We have a strategic plan. We might need to look at some curriculum reform to make this work. And from the presenters that we heard yesterday, we also might need some student support. We listened to the Beacon model yesterday, which sounded really good. And so we need to think of some of those things as a whole for all of us. You know, counseling needs to be in place for those students, first-year seminar, and I can say WVUP is requiring all students to take a 1-credit first-year seminar course. They know that will grow all of their programs up to 61, and they're just going to see what the state's going to do about it. Student readiness is an area that we've got to look at. We talked about, I heard reading out there. Students don't know how to read. Maybe they've got really low reading scores.
Our Beacon person told us yesterday they have specialized classes with scholarships that the president pays for to take a cohort of 24 and just let those students take a reading class and another class with it for starters. And they have an 80% success rate. Also looking at, and I've mentioned the Beacon Plan and PLA. If we can get these maps and this plan in order, I think it'll be a lot easier for us to attract new enrollments, improve our retention rate, and we probably can get less dependence then on state appropriations because we'll be generating more dollars with more students and more returning students. But we have to figure out how do we add the growth, where are we going to get our financial strength, and what can we do to support the region. And so I probably won't go over this, but just some of the things we heard just a little bit on this one. Dr. Moore talked about the squeeze yesterday. How do we overcome all those things, and how do we overcome all the obstacles that the student has? You know, they're frustrated. Were you frustrated trying to make a schedule for them? It wasn't the easiest thing in the world, and that's them scrolling. They've turned in an application to us, checked the box, but we probably haven't done our due diligence up front to perhaps tell them before they check that box, oh, if you're going into petroleum, you've really got to be there Monday through Friday. But we have these other programs that you might be interested in. So part of Guided Pathways is giving the students the information that they need up front and seeing where we can be flexible and change things. Because we know students are taking too much time, going through a lot of money to try to get a degree and graduate, and we've probably put some extra constraints on them because we really haven't shown them a clear roadmap. Again, just to reiterate yesterday, part-time students rarely graduate, 6.9% statewide. Got to think about what we can do. And what causes so many excess credits? You know, at least once a week, I look at some students' transcripts, and we've got students that have over 125 hours, and they're still spinning their wheels trying to get a degree. The state average is up in the 80s. And we need to figure out why enrollment is dropping. But I think we can salvage everything before our house burns down. So again, we're just putting our heads together saying we know that retention the fall has been dropping. There's a drop in new students. There's a drop in returning students. So, you know, what can we do? It's not, you know, I think anything we try is worth a shot. So what Guided Pathways does is a student is able to choose a program and have a clear plan and roadmap early on and all the guidance and support that it takes to make that student successful and graduate. And from yesterday's statistics, we know that works very well. Here's the components. Intrusive advising. And Viela talked about that to us yesterday, and I heard out in the crowd, well, we need to talk to this student. You know, we have to find out where they're at, and we have to meet them and figure out what do they need for support. If they've got prior learning, Judy told us yesterday, if you can give the student just 3 credits of prior learning and find something in your schedule, it's going to be a carrot. It's going to be a dangle. They want to stay. They probably want to come. Degree maps, and we'll show Matt's in a minute, because he's been working on it in the TAC grant. We'll show you what his looks like and the components of a map. Block scheduling and cohorts can be used in Guided Pathways. Math and English, you've done a great job on helping us with embedded remediation for math and English, but there might be some courses in your own program where you could put in embedded remediation for those students that you know are kind of low, you're kind of worried about the move into the next course. Attendance is important. We all talked about that yesterday. Every time a student falls out of sequence, we got to have a plan How are we going to catch them up? What are we going to do? Summer could be used for some of that. Second 8 weeks maybe. So we got to put our thinking caps on there. And then job placements are a real carrot as well. So one of the things that's suggested when you make your program map is link the DOL information. They can get an idea of jobs around the country. What am I going to be paid? And those are all important questions that a student ought to consider before they start at the institution. And the other thing that Guided Pathways does is, if you get your maps in place, if you follow your map, you will actually be able to predict a little bit better, how many sections do I need of everything? Do I have enough up? So if you follow the schedule, then it should be a little easier. It's pretty small, but this is, and I mailed it to you, so I think you have it in your mailbox as well. But this is the template that the TAC grant gave us for a guided experience plan. On the one side, you'll go, that just looks like my model schedule. So the model schedule is running on your right, on your left, and the yellow highlights are where the gen ed is. There are prerequisites up there, because that might have been a thing while you were making schedules today. The prerequisites don't show on our scheduler, so you might have put a person into a class that had a prerequisite, and they're really not going into that class. So right now, it's kind of cumbersome. We have to use the catalog and look at prerequisites. We see a schedule, but we don't really know how that fits together. So one thing we could do with our model schedules is put the prerequisites right in there. Put when you need a C in English, so the student knows that up front. Another carrot for them is credentialing along the way, because sometimes students have to stop out. So if you know there's a point they can get to, and they earn, for example, a phlebotomy certificate, then put that in the schedule so that you can actually, they can say, oh, I could go out now, but I can come back later. Milestones are just classes that are really important, that if you don't pass that, you're not going to be able to keep on track and go to the next semester. For example, on Matt's up here, all of his Cisco classes are hooked together. If they don't get out of the first Cisco class, Matt's not going to let him into the second Cisco class. So those are his milestones that are up there. And then on this template, but it actually makes more sense maybe to link up to the DOL and give some job titles. It's the median salaries that you would earn when you step out at those points.
That's impressive.
So again, the essential components of GPS, you want to build a map with default pathways so that students know they can possibly go in and out of a program, and what the heck do I have to do? And you start at that first course, and you go to last course, and there's no, oh, you can jump down to that fourth semester. There's none of that. You stay on track, stay on target, set up those courses, know how many students are coming in, and you keep to schedule. An informed choice is important, and so, like Barb, when you said they need to talk to an advisor first, it's hard in the summer. It's Nancy, Jennifer, me, Lila, maybe our recruiters, but not everybody's on the clock, and we don't expect you to be, but we don't really have a good plan on all these last-minute students, or the summer students, are a lot more needier than your regular students. So we do need to set up a plan for how do we let them know career opportunities and that they've made the right choice. Meta majors is another thing to think about, and I'll try to explain this, but it's a broad academic pathway, and this would take a lot of work if we choose to go down this road. We've got schools. We've got a School of Health Careers. Some other, if you look and read the literature, there is a STEM meta major, healthcare, social science, liberal studies, education, and business. Well, you know, how many students do you get starting your program and go, oh, this really wasn't what I wanted to do. And they change majors. And even the gen ed they take and the courses they take, now they're another semester behind. So if you do this perfectly, you will work in cohorts, like some of Human Services, they'd all look at their schedules and say, can we make our gen ed the same? And can we put it that first semester? Because then if a student says, well, I thought I wanted food service, but firearms and guns look really good, you haven't built up, 9 hours of FOSM credit that now can't go to the criminal justice credit. So the majority of schools where this is working well, they've actually looked at their gen ed, moved it up front with an intro course that would give an overview to try to help those students that aren't quite sure what they want to do. And one good thing that we did that's in the literature, when we took all of our undecided students and put them in liberal studies, you have to make a choice. That is actually something that's recommended by Guided Pathways, so we can give ourselves a pat on the back for that. Milestone courses, as we mentioned, are just your prerequisites that are essential. You don't pass that, you're not going to the next semester. And they say that you should only pick one of those a semester. And then intrusive advising. How frequently do we try to find that student that's not been coming to class, that's got a low GPA? So like Biella said yesterday, we got to get in their face. Like they have mandated meetings. I'm calling you on the phone. Try to keep them in there and interested. Oops. Oh. And that's it. And so again, it's Dr. Fletcher Lampkin that we have to thank because he did a really nice presentation for the TAC grant, and I didn't reinvent the wheel. So any questions or anything? Michael?
Leslie, when we have that roadmap for students, and they come in as they do in health careers with a lot of credits already coming in as English, how do we adjust that roadmap to give them a full-time credit load of courses that they may not need, but they need the financial aid for a full-time status, but they've already fulfilled those courses in that roadmap?
There is financial aid available for part-time financial aid and heaps or other things, so I would probably be on a case-by-case basis.
So that might be something to place in the roadmap as well.
But you might think that, well, you've got all your gen ed up front, more or less, so, I mean, those are...
students coming in have already completed 10 hours of gen ed before they get into the program.
I think that's why God made the asterisk. That the GPS is a great plan for the model student. There can always be some kind of indicator that it may not apply to them wholesale, and that that if they're transferring it, or a really case, but for the majority of students, it could work really well, and then that would be just kind of a separate advising issue.
I love the idea of gen ed in the first semester, uniform across programs, but that's going to require that we have a lot more gen ed sections and gen ed faculty, because that's going to be a large volume of students in that one semester.
That's true, and it would depend on the courses that were picked, and that would require, maybe in some cases, cross-discipline discussions as well. Math has narrowed our math pick'ems, which has been is actually a good thing in the Guided Pathways project. And most of our programs are using Math 1107, except for those that are using the technical math and Math 1003. And those two need to get on the same page, and then there'd be a little alignment there, which would be nice. They also say that you need to get your English and math done in the first or second semester and get that out of the way.
Andrew, for 1100, I noticed that they phase 3 for last semester they're here.
Yeah, we need to work on Info 1100 and see, why is that one of our highest DF repeats, or the highest?
I can tell them. They can't talk. They can't talk.
So
Any other questions? But yeah, transfer students are a little different than those coming in the door for the first time, and every transfer student kind of has its own quirks that you would look to work out and work with. Yes, Julie?
If you have statewide push or a state new numerical number system on some statewide push system or
No. There is the core course. No, there is the core course transfer list, which is addendum to Series 17, and there are at least gen ed classes that we are required to take from other institutions, and also within that series, there's the 70% match. If a course is a 70% match with another, we have to take that course for the other course. And right. Mm-hmm. Now, I think there are some Englishes that maybe you could get a D in some colleges and be okay. So we've always got to be on the lookout for that. Anything else? Well, thank you. I think you've had some fun and discussions, and if you want to do this again, or if we want to do this at assessment day a little bit again, let us know. Yeah, it is, and we have
cocktails. That would be fun.
And this was actually the discussion that WVUP had and the game that they played to get them seeing, you know, we really need to work out plans for our students. And some of those intrusive advising discussions you have, you can get information about our students beyond what goes into band. Matt, for example, has discovered by talking to his students that they were interested in an evening class, and so now he's got a day and he's got an evening section going, and that evening section's really doing well as far as filling with numbers.
If we keep singling out Matt DeMarion,
I
he's
know.
going to get beat up in the parking lot, so we better stop.
All right, Nancy, you're next. Thank you very much.
Yay. Where the heck are they? Oh, for crying out loud. Can I go to my email?
Yeah.
Guys, hold on for just 1 second.
Here, you're moving the microphone.
Oh, sorry. Just.
Oh, because Rachel's in there. Log Rachel on.
Guys, thanks for your patience with me and my technology. I went into the office first this morning, and then when I saved them to the little cruiser, I obviously didn't do something right. So I'm going to go scroll down here for a second and pick up what I left myself, which is not what I ended up with this morning, but I think we'll be okay. First of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today. I know that attendance at professional development is in every faculty contract. And I know that some people take their contracts far more seriously than other people do. Do I have any administrative power to do anything other than state my opinion publicly? No, but right now I feel so much better for having said that. I love it when people come to these things because a lot of us don't work or teach in a cohort program like many people are in. These are the only times of the year that we have this group gathering to sit around and talk about issues with our colleagues from other programs and other departments. It's incredibly disheartening when people can't make it for whatever reason, but it's incredibly heartening when people can. And I want to thank you because I was really busy at the office and I would have been ticked if I had come out here and people weren't as friendly and receptive. And I think I'll be able to remember the changes that I've made to this since I last worked on this. And I'll just say it, it's at times like this that I really miss Jake Tennant. Because he would have been right up here when he saw me floundering, and he would take over. And I don't know if we've had any kind of public acknowledgement of his passing in the spring, but I know in Student Services we really miss Jake Tennant because he did his best to make sure that we didn't look like an idiot. Here we go. Here we go. From the beginning. Now, yeah, this is different. Because you know what I changed my title to today? Pierpont Faculty Advising. And if the word advisor makes you uncomfortable, substitute the terms academic coach, facilitator, higher ed customer service. Because I'm telling you what, every full-time faculty who's been at Pierpont for at least 1 year is officially listed as an advisor. You might have 50 people on your list, and every year when you turn in an annual review, you can say, I am the advisor to 50 students. There's a difference in being a stated advisor for official reasons and actually advising. So if I seem like I'm in a mood today, and I usually am, yeah, today I am. So if the word advisor, if you say, oh, we've had faculty say, wait, don't call me an advisor, I'm an advisor. If you're working in higher ed and you have any contact with a student at all, from answering the phone to pointing out where the parking garage is, think of yourself as an advisor. And if that term makes you uncomfortable, call yourself a mentor, a coach, anything else. Now, there are a couple of popular advising theories. And the first one I want to address first is called appreciative advising. Technically, I'm a trained appreciative advising through University of South Carolina. They offer this little course, I took it. It's pushed through NACADA, which is the National Advising Organization. Fairmont State ascribes to appreciative advising. And it's very philosophical and kind of lofty, but worthwhile. And it kind of breaks itself down into 6 Ds. The first thing is you want to just arm the student, make them feel comfortable. Come out to greet them. Don't stay behind your desk. If they're in a waiting area, come out to greet them. Be friendly when you do. Keep your office nice and neat. As you know right now, you've been to where I live. You know where my office is. I have to disarm through charm. Yes, I can't be charmed. It's not through the appearance of my office. So you help them dream, discover, unfold, unfurl. Yeah, that's lovely. That's great in theory, and most of the times it can happen. However, we're kind of beyond that with our people. That's kind of like the ideal college student in the 60s or 70s when people could go out and get a job if they didn't want to come to college. The people who came to college were really ready, suited, armored up, and ready to go. We have a greater sense of urgency now with our advising. I don't have any idea what that little oval is up there. I'm trying to ignore it. So intrusive advising means to intrude in a student's life, but in a good way. Another common term is proactive. I don't know where the word intrusive advising came from anyway, because it does sound kind of obnoxious. But I felt good because I've been intrusive my whole life. I've always been intrusive advising. Sometimes I will even have to say to students, I'm going to get really comfortable, and I might ask you some questions that are too personal. And do not be shy in telling me none of your business. But I'm asking you things because I want to make sure that I understand what it is you're going through. So these are some just examples of how to be intrusive in your advising. Number one is you've got to reach out to them first. Ideally, reach out to them first. Your secretary will send you an updated PINS list every now and then, or she'll send it to your dean, and that's the list of every student who's in a major in your program. I would strongly recommend that you get into the habit of you doing a copy and paste of their email, sticking it in the BCC so they don't see anybody else but them. You're not violating anyone's privacy. Doing a cut and paste, sticking it in the blind carbon copy box, sending out a message as soon as you see a new name pop up or repeatedly. Just a message for the heck of it. Even if you're not sharing anything crucial, but just say, hi, I'm Professor Alvarez. I'm your advisor. I just wanted to reach out and say hello. I welcome your questions. Stop. It can be that simple. If you really want to go the extra mile, you can create some kind of scenario in which they have to respond. I'm just interested a little bit. Can you please let me know if you wanted to take your classes online, in person, or a mixture of both? Again, you may not even care at that point, but that's just giving them a softball question that they can feel comfortable to answer and get them in the habit of using their email. Familiarize yourself with policies and resources. We talk every semester about the DF repeat policy. Any course that they get a D or an F in the first 60 credits, they can repeat. And when that's a good idea for students to use and when it's not. If you forget the policy and you don't feel like shoveling through the website to get to the catalog, pick up the phone and call somebody. I don't care if you've asked me that question 35 times. I'll answer it 36 times. I love it when people call and ask me a question that's simple to answer. Love that. People love that. Say, Nancy, I know I should know the DF repeat policy, but I forget. What is it again? I'm working with a student. Pick up and just call anybody you might know. Know the PLA for your program. Info 1100 is the bane of my existence when I run that DFW report. It is always our top offender on the list of courses that students fail or withdraw from repeatedly. I have students who've taken Info 1100, I'm telling you, and I'm not lying, 6 times. 6 times they take, withdraw, fail, D, F, repeat, D, F. It's awful. Now, one of the reasons it's our biggest offenders is because so many people take it. I mean, it's the sheer numbers take it. The second DFW course is Anatomy and Physiology. Again, because so many kids take it. There's a test out for Info 1100. All those kids have to do is schedule with Pat Tucker, take that test out, pass it with a 70. They can get transcript credits for Info 1100. Every program, you know, we've been preaching PLA now for quite a while. Our goal was to have a PLA for at least one intro course in every program. So I hope you're still working on that. If you've got PLA in your program, make that a prominent mention on your model schedule or any literature you hand out to students. Let them know. They are delighted for that. Constantly clarify that guided pathways document that you worked on earlier. That, and a lot of people, and this was my initial reaction, and I heard a couple of grumblings yesterday when this was first brought up. When I went first to a statewide meeting on GPS, and they're like, well, you know, you've got to lay your schedule out so students can take it. And I thought, what's the big deal? We all already have model schedules that lays coursework out semester by semester. What is the mystery? Why is this so difficult? And then I realized that GPS is as much the academic administrative structure as it is how the students take those classes. So yeah, how we've always said the model schedule is great if there's a model student. But if that student can only be Tuesday, Thursday, or that student wants vet tech and is pre-vet tech and would love the intro class, but it's never offered online, it's always Monday, Wednesday at 9, that student right there can't follow that model schedule. So we need to keep in mind, yeah, we have model schedules, and that's a lot more than some colleges have. So that's good, and that's a great first step, which will make setting up these GPSs even easier. Like the benchmark courses that Leslie referred to, like those make or break courses, if you can't get out of this course, you're not moving on. Make those really clear. And as your program or department makes a decision and makes it policy, please remember to go back and update the literature that we hand out in student services. We're only as good as the information that we have to work with. So when you make a change, make sure that that's included in the literature that we hand out. Yes.
So the template that was shown by Leslie for the guided pathway, is that going to be made available to everybody for us or all the coordinators to work on our guided pathway? Or how are we going to get access?
I'm sure that template can be made available.
Yeah, I think we need a discussion just with faculty on how we want that to look. That was what they gave us. There were some maybe better looking ones and strategies we can use, but we can certainly roll that out to everybody for starters.
I think that could be a school thing, really. And let me say that template that was really well put together for Matt Maria. If you think that could be for departmental use, so everybody's talking the same language on the same page. If you think that's overwhelming for a student or parent to be hit with, you can always modify or streamline that. But I think that would definitely be a committee decision from faculty. If you think that that's worth a workforce, a task force, that's something that could absolutely be generated by faculty to help everybody get on board with that. Now, this one, I got to talk about this a minute. I'm kind of combining what is best practice in intrusive advising and how it works on our campus here. We have a 12-month student population. When we have a brand new student who is thinking in June or July that he might want to start college, and he calls a generic number, and he's given his faculty advisor name at that point, I need everyone to be really mindful and thoughtful about the first impression they're making with that student through their email response. Most faculty are not present in the summer. We have deans who are sometimes off, they either are 11-month deans or 12 or whatever. I can't stress enough. These students, some of them are incredibly stressed. I've learned this summer that one reason that a lot of people want a Tuesday, Thursday only schedule is because we don't offer anything that's just Monday, Friday. Wednesday is a heavy meeting day with, I'm not making this up and I'm not saying this to be funny, Wednesday is a heavy meeting day with probation officers and drug counselors. Wednesday mornings. And when I'll ask the students sometimes, and a lot of intrusive advising, and we'll talk about this, is asking a lot of open-ended questions. So when you ask a question like, I always encourage you to ask a question like, is there anything, and you don't even have to have the detail, but say, do you have stuff going on in your life that makes it impossible for you to take classes at certain times? It's okay if that's the case, just let us know. And I've had people get very serious and say, I can't take anything on Wednesdays before noon. I have to have Wednesdays at 10 free. And I kept kind of hearing that. I'm thinking, huh. And finally, one person said, I've got to meet with my rehab counselor. Because a lot of our folks coming to college wasn't on their original list to do, but it's the condition of their probation, their status in the legal system. They want to improve, they want to get better, they appreciate the opportunity. But we used to just think of what time does your kid get on the bus, what time do you have to meet the bus after school, what are your work hours. We got all kinds of stuff going on now. And I bring that up because these are stressed people. When they email somebody and the automated reply in the box says something like, enjoying my summer break, exclamation point. Or a new one I saw this summer that I'd never seen before, and I think it was to send an internal message, but it was viewed by the world, where there were some out-of-office replies that in the box said, off contract. And I thought my head would blow off. doesn't understand the ins and outs of the contract we sign. That your contract says, you know, August 15th to May 13th or something. We walk that fine line where we are professionals and we get a professional salary and we get a lot of flexibility in our day. These are the times I think that the trade-off is that people be willing to check their mail occasionally. Again, this is just me being me, having no weight to throw around in this fight. But if you're a stressed out person with 3 kids and you've got to come to class and you know you're not academically prepared and you've been told to reach out to somebody and you reach out to that person and your first contact with them is they're announcing that they are off the clock, that is not a good impression to make. I would encourage you to, if you're going to refer students someplace, make sure that the person that you send them to is actually there in their office. I had a person who finally got in touch with me because of 3 people he'd been referred to. He'd gotten all these replies. Here's a suggestion, because I am not beyond telling people how to live their lives. Here is a suggested faculty automated response. Welcome to the such and such program. In my absence, they don't need to know if you're, you know, in Mexico or where. In my absence, name of person can assist you. Please, or such and such department. Please contact such and such at this number or this email. I've attached some information to help you learn more about the expectations of students in this program and some free video workshops that will help you be successful. And we're going to address those in a minute. That is friendly, generic, not advertising the fact that you're not checking your mail. You're sending, they're getting a favorable impression of you. If, for all this kid knows, you sat at your, you know, that you were watching that right then and referring him someplace. I also think it would be awesome if, with the model schedules that we hand out in student services, or if you want to set up a link, some kind of letter of introduction. Dear so-and-so, welcome to so-and-so. Here's a list of some of the most important things you'll need to know before you start. This kind of, again, feeds into that whole GPS theory. Let them know the path, where they're going. Think of this as the top 10. What are the top 10 most important things students who want to get into LPN need to know? Vet tech need to know. Food service need to know. Food services could say, these are the most important things you need to know. Number 1, all food services programs are selective admission. Make sure you fill out a separate application. Number 2, do you have ProStart certification? Let us know. That could save you a credit hour. Number 3, number 4, make it a top 5, make it a top 10. Think in terms of, what is the stuff that you keep explaining to students over and over and over again? Make that like your frequently asked questions list. Address it, preempt their questions ahead of time. Lots of times we get bogged down and tired of meeting with students because even though each of them is hearing it brand new for the first time, we might have said it over and over. I'm looking for a way that we can front load our labor in a friendly way, take care of some advising ahead of time, and still be very informative with students. The Blank program is going to host a Blank on Blank. It's going to host an open house, a meet and greet on Friday, October 1st, with representatives from our program. And this would be cool, our technical advisory council. Every program has a group of outside stakeholders, employers. That can be a part of intrusive advising, part of that early career services stuff, where you bring your potential employers together to meet the new students, get everybody involved. This event is casual. Always have something to be casual. I mean, I've had kids run to Goodwill, you know, ahead of time to buy a tie or a sports coat or something. Casual. And refreshments will be served. You just have to. They expect it. We understand that not everyone will be able to attend, so we will post highlights on our, if you've got a Facebook page or whatever. This is a suggestion. This is an idea of something that you may want to replicate that can be advising kind of in a fun way and involve a lot of the other areas that students need help with. If you ever need your particular advisor and then they're unable to help you, please contact blank. You are all welcome to put my name in there. You're all welcome to just say student services. If you name a particular faculty, that faculty also serves as a mentor. Start a buddy system, maybe with your office mate. Hey, if I see your people when they come in, will you see mine? Students will sometimes show up to the department and ask for somebody, they're not there, but meanwhile there'll be 3 or 4 other people who could just as easily answer their questions. Please know, too, that you can always visit the Advising Center. Now, this is where I don't have my example, but Jim Davis and I, the dearly departed Jim Davis, I said that the other day. I said, Jim, man, I hate that we lost Jim. Jim's moved, something like that, and the work study kid got real concerned. He thought Jim died. You know, it was sad. Anyway, the SOB was just my little slam at Jim for leaving us. School of Business. Jim looked at his list. He's like, oh my gosh, I've got this many non-returning students. And I wish I had the sample of the letter, but I don't. And that's actually what I went to load this morning. Anywho, I wrote a friendly letter. Jim looked at it. Dear Michael, hope your summer's going well. We look forward to your returning to the School of Business. La 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 la. Here's your pin. We filled their pin in, front and center. Feel that record. Please know that the quickest way to graduate is to complete all the courses on your model schedule in a timely fashion. I look forward to seeing you in the fall. La 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 la. And on the back that he referenced, he had the model schedules for all 3 business tech programs. I've had a handful of kids come in, and they want to schedule, and I say, well, hold on, let me get your pin. And they're like, I have my pin. My advisor sent me my pin. That's an example of a joint project that the Advising Center and you as faculty we can do together. Jim had the need, we wrote the letter, we filled in the pin, he mailed it out in his department. It was done easily, quickly and easily. It's kind of like I'm thinking of you. You know, my mom used to send cards to people. She'd have this drawer of cards, and every now and then she'd just send a thinking of you card. That's almost kind of like what that is, thinking of you. Now, again, this is probably a lot of reiteration from the GPS discussion. You know in each of your courses what students find most difficult. Don't treat each new crop of students as brand new, like you've never seen them before. It's the same student. The clothes are different. The drugs of choice are different. The material is pretty traditionally, historically difficult and easy in different parts. If you know up front what's going to be most difficult, what unit, what concept, what chapter, bold it on your syllabus. Put an asterisk by it. Discuss it and say, listen, this test is a make or break. I know most things you can pass with a D, but if you don't get a C on this test, you have to go to tutoring before I'll even let you take another test. If it's important enough that they make a B, then require a B. You know what that stuff is. You need to make it clear to them. If there's no tutoring available in that subject, then you can always mandate a study group. We have always been so afraid to mandate anything, thinking that we're going to lose them. You're not going to lose them if you're 2 tests in. It's September, October. They're not going anywhere. You've already got them. And if they walk away, they've not successfully completed. But if they fail, they've not successfully completed. They will do what you tell them to do. And you might say, no, they won't. Well, okay, but I trust it, they will. More than half will, at least. And if you want to mandate that study group and say, my office hour is Tuesday, Thursdays at 11, I'll be in the library so you guys can meet if you have any questions. Because there's no law that says you have to hold your office hour in your office. You just have to be available. So if students want to hang out in the Starbucks lounge, if you want to meet them at a table outside the dining hall, you don't have to have an office hour in your office. Go over the test. Don't just post the grade on Blackboard. Nobody knows what they missed if they just have the grade posted. Valuable class time is spent going over the test. If you stopped going over the test because people took that day off and didn't come because you were just going over the test, make it a valuable day to show.
If you come to test recovery day, maybe you throw 5 points back on, 3 points back on, or something. It's all a game. Those points, if they're there and they relearn something well that they didn't learn the first time, they've learned it. That point is just a little carrot for them.
Nancy?
Yes, ma'am.
And in my math class, which is easy to do with math, I don't go to the test anymore. I do go to some questions. I do a test corrections quiz.
Very nice.
Where they have to and now I have to grade every test twice.
Yeah.
More work for me. And they have to rework what's missed. And I have found, I have found that test corrections quiz to be so helpful, and then that whole document then becomes a study guide for their final. But even if you were in a subject, even if you gave a multiple choice test, because I asked them to explain why that answer is right now, or tell me what they were thinking, try to analyze their mistakes.
Right.
If they analyze their mistakes, and you could do that on any test, but you do spend a whole lot of time writing and rewriting tests, because I never use the same test twice, so that is a disadvantage.
Right, and everybody has their own work style. So, you're thinking, I'm not gonna grade a test 2 times. Okay. But what else can you do that the student can make a direct connection with the value of learning it again, or learning it? Because if you don't want a student just getting a study guide of the evening course, even if it's an intro course, you want that person in the next course? So I would think, even if you have to contrive something essential in that course, you know what it is, get that point across, because there's some kids out there that they'll get a study guide of these, and then they don't understand why they can't graduate because they don't have a GPA of 2.0. Well, I passed all these classes. Well, you might have passed the class, but you didn't do anything to enhance your GPA for graduation. And a lot of you might be thinking, why is she picking on us? Why is she telling us how to do advising in the classroom? You, as faculty, are our biggest retention tool. We can charm them at orientation. We can give them the nice lunch at campus visitation day. But they're with you all 12 to 15 to 18 hours a week. If they don't find value with what they're doing with you, they're never coming to an orientation again. That's a once-in-a-lifetime affair. They've done that. And we see from our student survey results that the students who graduate, our biggest strength, and we'll talk about this in a second, is they love our small classes, they love our faculty and the personal relationships they have with faculty. Those are the comments from the people who stay and graduate. We have to look for ways to contrive those same kind of relationship buildings with the students so they don't drop out, so they too can fill out those surveys at the end. We really pat ourselves on the back a few years ago when we instituted the 4-week grading policy. Oh, we're not going to make a student wait till midterm to see their grades. We're going to give them a grade at 4 weeks. So if they make a D or an F, we're going to note that, and they're going to know. The students who are making D and Fs that early on are not checking their DF grades. A lot of faculty might have a DF student not be able to note that because they've not given enough work at 4 weeks to even calculate a grade. It's a totally different issue. But you can notice student behaviors that are non-academic. Do you have somebody who's missed a lot, who falls asleep in class all the time? Somebody who's talking to himself and distracting other people. And there's all kinds of, not the technical term, but goofy stuff now that you just got to do it. So if you've got something going on, say, I haven't given enough grades, I don't know academically how this kid can cut it. All I know is, I think he could use some help. Let us know. I'm certainly not a trained psychologist. That's Dr. Clemens. But if you want to even just give us a heads up, say, I got this kid in class, he seems bright enough, but I don't know if he's going to make it because he does A, B, and C. The advising center has been known then to send out a student email or student-wide email that kind of sends a subliminal message. And that subliminal message could be students. Don't know if you all realize this, but I wanted you to know that if you have an IEP from high school or some kind of mental health or emotional counseling need, we've got free counseling. I can guarantee you that every student email that I have sent out regarding a blanket issue, I will get return emails on. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't know that. So there's a subterfuge kind of way that we can address that, or we can address it with Susan Clemens. But most of the stuff where students aren't successful and drops out of school, it doesn't even have to deal with academics. It's about emotional, social, financial aid stuff. Now, we talked about open-ended questions, mandating office hours, contriving reasons for them to get back in touch with you. I'd also encourage you to make sure that the student knows that it's okay if they say, I don't know. Because they're so used to telling people what they think they want to hear that they'll answer yes or no. So if you want to ask a question like, are you confident that you can do well in this class, or how do you think you do, any kind of, and say, it's okay if you don't know. And lots of times they'll laugh, I don't know. And if they don't know, then that opens up a whole other new field of discussion. Get into the habit, too, if you can, of using the word yet a lot. I know I'm terrible at math. Well, you're not good at math yet. But that's why we have this 2-credit support course that goes with the course. There's a whole theory about the power of yet. You're not good at that yet, but that's why you're in school. You can't do that yet, but if you could already do that, you wouldn't need to come to college. And that can be kind of very a positive thing. Again, some examples of open-ended questions that you could ask. Creating that supplemental stuff about advising, addressing those frequently asked questions. You'll be really successful here if you do this. Likewise, if you're not good at X, Y, and Z, you better get on top of that now. What do you think are some of the biggest academic and non-academic hurdles your students have? They're the classic ones. Anything what stops a student from being a good student?
I would say in our group, probably basic study skills.
Basic study skills. Anything else?
Time management.
Time management.
Ability to read.
What did she say? Inability to read? Reading skills. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Ruby.
Just a general home life.
A general home life. All the personal stuff you don't see. Deb Scott has a hand up.
Procrastination.
Procrastination.
I want to address the ability to read comment. A lot of my students have ADHD. They just tell me, I can't focus. I cannot get through this because I can't pay attention that long enough.
And those are the kind of open-ended questions that you might want to ask before you load a new student up with a bunch of night classes. 3 hours.
From personal experience, you don't know you're ADHD. Someone else tells you you're ADHD.
Yeah. Yeah. That's true. That is absolutely true. Let me back up for a second. And this is, again, something that's going to be facing us here in the next few weeks. A lot of students, from our graduate surveys, students, again, were very pleased with our small class sizes, friendly relationships with faculty, and our programs. Their top 2 complaints were parking, unless they were at the EMS or the Caperton Center, because they got a whole lot there, and financial aid. And we know we have issues in financial aid. And financial aid is always slammed because students usually don't get as much aid as they want. And then in cases like ours where we're really short-staffed, their aid is late, they're applying for, the first time new, late, there's not a lot of robust programming to help them with the process. I made this a slide, and I didn't. It's probably good, but I'm going to talk it. You as faculty, and I don't know why, because you know how when a student comes to you and says, oh, I got to pass this class to keep my financial aid, and that pisses you off as it should. Because I tell them all the time, don't you dare make your academic performance their problem. That's on you. Don't you ever go to a faculty and say, you got to give me a C or I'm going to lose my grant. No, you didn't get into trouble in December. So when you hate it when students do that to you, do not involve yourself in their financial aid issues in this way. This is what I mean. When kids start school, you're going to start getting that list from the registrar that says the following students haven't paid, they will be deleted from classes after. Don't even read that email, because that's got nothing to do with you. After. If you want to tell your students, tell everyone, say, hey, you all are going to want to check your Felix accounts because everybody's getting information now about their bill and other important things. Everybody check it. We've actually had cases where faculty have approached students and said, they haven't read that email correctly, and they have said, you can't come to class anymore because your bill isn't settled. And that is wrong, wrong, wrong. I know people might be trying to be helpful. That's not helpful. That kid is so stressed out about their financial aid, and then they listen and they don't go. So they're going to some classes, they're not going to others. And by the time the financial aid is resolved, they've missed a lot of that. They've missed a lot of that class. Ordinarily, I would think that's just what a student's telling me to kind of explain failure. But when I've had faculty admit, I thought that was a rule. No. No. Only after you get the list that says the following students should no longer be attending your class. And that even bothers me that we involve the faculty in that. The faculty could just say to the student, you need to see student services and resolve your account. We don't need to be playing, you know what I mean? We're not the banker repossessing the car. That's for somebody else to do. That's not our job. And that's going to be coming up soon. So, yeah, financial aid, if you want to be helpful with financial aid, say, if you have issues, you need to go to the Student Services Center and get on the sign-up list for a counselor. Do not take it upon yourself to tell a student to stop coming to class because of their financial aid. That's just a nightmare. Now, we bought these resources, but I taught a couple of workshops, and I looked at them for a while, and I thought, I think it's worth it. So I badgered Dale and Leslie until we finally got on. These are workshops. You all might get emails coming in from a group called Innovative Educators, and they do a lot of higher ed webinars and things. They also have created all of these student success resources with college faculty from all over the nation. So everything that you all just mentioned, that it's an academic or a non-academic hurdle for students, can be addressed in these. On the college's webpage, we loaded it late this summer. For every population, incoming students, current students, faculty, staff, alumni, we've linked these resources, and there are, that was me dropping my glasses. Okay. The students will see this. New students will see this. Pre-admission student success workshops. Would you like to learn more about how to be successful in college before you start? 41 workshops free of charge. They host the site. It's a Pierpont address. Our IT doesn't have to do anything. There are 41 workshops, all of which align with advising, financial aid, study skills, career services, orientation, all kinds of stuff. Students see that link. Current students, here's the link that you all see. Same thing. Resources for student success. Please refer students to any of these workshops to increase their chances of productive persistence to graduation. Kids who work through any of these, all they have to do is click from here. They will see like a 15 to 20-minute video workshop from a faculty from across the nation someplace, and it's usually an educational psychologist or something. It will direct them to resources like the Learning Styles Inventory that Ron mentioned. It's not the full-blown Lassie that has like 100 and some questions, but it's the VARC, are you visual, auditory? They can calculate the results. It has related readings. It has related TED Talks. They can work in that, and then they can print out a certificate of completion. This can be a part of your intrusive advising package. If you've got a group of students that are just slackers, just overall slackers, you can say, hey, a lot of you are having difficulties or not, and you can go in and assign them a workshop. You could go in and assign them exam prep tips and strategies. They click in, and when they're done with it, they get a certificate of completion. If you want to call me to see how much time they spent, you can. There are related activities that you can also require. We had we had Dr. Clemens sample this. We had a few faculty say, do you think this is worth buying? Now, I'll tell you, because I want to be very upfront, this is costing us $12,000 a year. It's an annual license. They do all the tech. And to me, that sounds really expensive until you put it in perspective. And I found out that at every campus visitation day, when we give people lunch, that's $5,500 for lunch on campus visitation day. So for 2 lunches to feed families who may not ever matriculate here, for the end results to end up into, a sewer district, for the same amount of money, we've got something that we can share with anybody. So if you're out there on the road recruiting, we can share this with anybody. And it looks like it's ours because it's at a Pierpont address. They've tailored it for our school. So if you're working with a group of high school kids in a poor district and you can say, hey, I know you're thinking about college, but if before you start our program, you might want to check out X and get into that. And most of the feedback on them is really good. Time management, taking tests online. And we've also included, because we are, we don't have a full-time career counselor for the college overall. So we're doing the best we can to pinch hit and piece together from the program. So on the alumni page, we put this: writing effective resumes and cover letters and more, and talked about those. So we want these workshops to even be available to graduates. And there's also stuff on there that can deal with professionalism, like working with people from different cultures, work and life balance, and things like that. So these are some resources that we hope everybody takes advantage of. Now, I want to end with this analogy, because I love my analogies. Dr. Moore yesterday, he had sports analogies, which I can appreciate. But I have never been a person who thought, man, my life would be better if someone threw a ball at me right now. So, as my brother told me, Nancy, they're throwing it to you, not at you. There's a difference. I said, not to me. But I want to make an analogy that I think we can all kind of buy into. Higher ed has a lot in common with today's churches. And let me tell you why. Vacation Bible School, in the old days, for snack, you got a couple of Oreos and some weak Kool-Aid, and you didn't think twice about it. Now, Vacation Bible Schools, to get kids to come and to make it worth the time for the parents to bring them, they get a meal. You drop them off a half hour early, and they're getting a hot dog, some macaroni and cheese, and their Oreos and their Kool-Aid, but they're getting a meal. They had to adapt because their people needed more. Old white bread mainline churches in downtown areas that used to have a high Presbyterian service, a high Episcopal service, when that neighborhood changed, if they wanted to keep their doors open, they had to start offering a Spanish Mass. If your neighborhood changes and they're not speaking your language, you better offer them the service they need in their language or they're not going to come. Changing doctrine. We still have people saying, listen, if they're coming to college and they don't know how to keyboard, or they're coming to college, and I'm not picking on Beth because she's right, they don't know how to keyboard. We got to do something about that. If they're coming to college with 6th grade reading, they shouldn't be here anyway. Well, I hope you're near retirement, but I'm asking you as a personal favor. I'm 52. I'm not retiring. I've got at least 18 more years here. If you think of this as nothing more than keep Nancy in a decent paying job, please do these things. Where was I going with that? We did Spanish Mass. Hold on. We did Spanish Mass. We did Vacation Bible School. Oh, the changing doctrine. If you're like, they shouldn't be here anyway. Well, they're here. Methodist churches, Episcopal churches, people are changing doctrine because the times they are changing and they're opening up and they realize, you know what, maybe we've been excluding people. Maybe this should be a more welcoming place. Finally, changing doctrine, Vacation Bible School, Spanish Mass, not retirement. That could be it. And you know what? It's going to kill me later because the fourth one was really good, and I just can't remember. But you get my point. Churches on every corner are closed all over the nation because they didn't stay relevant, because they're dealing with declining populations too. Their problems are the same as ours. We need to stay relevant. Some of the changes we'll love, some we'll hate, but we'll go along with it anyway. But this intrusive advising, the speakers yesterday were right. It's up in your face, preempt their need. They got needs you don't even know about. And that's what we've got to work for. And I love the way that the Prior Learning Assessment Initiative and the Guided Pathway System Initiative is all dovetailing together. But we in the Advising Center, and when I say center, it's like this big, huge place, me and Jen, we would love to help you help students. Some of the things we can do, if you wanted to have a targeted retention workshop just for your students, if you want me to tailor the Welcome to Pierpont orientation for your major, like we've done for health sciences, we can do that. We are very interested in getting students, keeping them happy, keeping you happy, all towards a productive end. So anything that the Advising Center can do to help, please let us know. And that's all I got.
If everybody wants to grab lunch, it'll be a working lunch. We have Dale. Are you going to be the only one talking at lunch?
We still have a little bit of Jen added.
Yeah, we're going to let Dale go first because he's got other things to do, and then we'll wrap it up with Jen Ann.
My glasses. Glasses. It don't matter.
See a little tennis balls.
Good afternoon, everyone. Go ahead, continue with your lunch. I'm going to be just kind of doing a question and answer session about the new building. I hope you're all far enough back, at least those faculty that'll be in the new building, that they really can't throw things and reach me. But so anyway, first of all, and again, this is primarily a discussion with those faculty, but we decided there's no reason to take them off to a special area. It's available for anyone. So we're just talking about the building and where we're at, some of the challenges we have, and how we're dealing with them, and those kind of things. But the first thing I need to do is thank everyone that's been involved in the move this summer. I mean, we've had people that have went way above and beyond to help us get into the new building, to move from Locust Avenue to the new building, to move from Veterans Square to the new building, to move from Veterans Square back to Locust Avenue, and all of those reiterations that have went on about that. And so, first of all, I want to thank you all personally for how much work you've done and how accommodating you've been and how patient you've been. And I ask for your continued patience, because the building is still a work in progress. If you'll all recall, the building was technically to be turned over to us March 1 of 2015. As you all know, we're way beyond March 1 of 2015. And matter of fact, I say the building is still a work in progress, and it is. The architects argued with me for months to not move into the building August of 2016. I explained to them that if we didn't move August of 2016, as most of you that have been involved in the move can evidence, there was no way we could move and to be in the building until August of 2017. And we could not delay another year for a variety of reasons. And so we're there, and we're pushing the contractors out the door as we have moved in, but we're not going to be rid of them completely. And with any new building, there'll be tweaking that'll be going on for 6, 7, 8 months related to the building. But again, thank you for your patience. Thank you for your continued patience. Some of the things that I've shared with you about how the building is going to be set up, I'm going to do a little different for garbage disposal there. Offices will not, the custodial staff will not be taking the garbage out of your offices. You will do that. There will be dump stations that will be set up in the building, and so whenever your garbage can gets full and you feel you need to dump it out, you'll go do that yourself. We're trying to save dollars wherever we can, and that's saved us a good little bit of money by us taking on that responsibility. They still, excuse me? If you ask really nicely, I might issue you a couple trash bags throughout the semester. Only if it's really needed, though. Okay. That means leave the pitchfork at home. So there will be dump stations set up. I'm not sure how soon they will be there. We ordered the dump stations. I'm not sure when they're going to arrive. Custodial staff, we will have custodians on board during the day. So there will be a custodial staff person that will be there throughout the day to help with any kind of custodial needs that we might have. We have a floor in the building that is polished concrete throughout the second floor, and then all the labs on the second floor. Main hallway on the first floor. We need to take as great a care of that floor as we can. That if we have a spill on it, we need to make the custodial, if we can't clean it up ourselves, we need to make the custodial staff aware of that. Concrete is a porous material, and as some of you might have already seen, there's already some stains just in the move-in process that will be there forever now. So we need to be conscious of that as we're living in the space and make custodial staff aware. It's one of the reasons we're making sure a custodian is going to be there during the day, is for those spills that will happen. And we just need to get them cleaned up in a timely fashion so that they don't become a permanent stain in the polished concrete floor. It's a long story why it's polished concrete. I don't want to go into it. You don't want to hear it. But that's what we're living with.
Hey, Dale, before you go too much further, can you just give some of us just an update of where we are with, I mean, like, has the move happened, and, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean,
we're starting classes there on Monday.
I know we do, but there's probably a lot of people that don't know what's going on there. And
well, the building's still under, we forced our way in. We will be starting classes there Monday morning, 8 o'clock. We have faculty that have relocated their offices there, relocated their programs there. We're in the process of getting set up. And so forth. So that's where we're at. Classes will start Monday. There is ongoing work going on in the building, and will be for some period of time. As I've explained to the contractors, it's their building to do what they want to with until the 15th, and then it's basically our building. I'm not sure if it will be officially yet, because we're still in the contractor's hands, so to speak. But at that point in time, their schedules become our schedule. They work around our schedule, not the other way around. So we've been pushing and pushing and pushing, and that's where we're at regarding those things. So I'm going to talk about some of those things. So the dump stations, Kimberly Kale is trying to decipher the keys for the rooms so people can get where they need to get. We are trying to understand the integrated security system that has been installed in the building so that we know how to get people where they need to get. Actually, we're getting training, I think, tomorrow, Bo, is that right? Some of us are getting training tomorrow to understand the capacity of our system. Basically, all the main entry doors going to have a, what do they call it, I'll get it wrong, Rob, what is it? RFID card. So it means you wave the card in front of a scanner, and it basically will unlock the door. Certainly the doors will be open certain hours automatically. We will set that up. And at certain hours, they will all lock up, all those exterior doors. And so we can control, we understand we can control when those hours are through the system. We can control who can walk up to a door and scan and get in. So some doors we will keep locked most of the time once we actually have that security system up in operation. But in addition to that, we have to issue keys for offices, classrooms, because not every classroom, again, mostly the exterior doors are the ones that we're using the RFID cards and entry to the building. And Kimberly Kale's patiently trying to wade through about 400 or 500 keys to figure out who gets what, who goes where. We kind of, we'll just blame it all on Paul Schreffler since he's gone. He's the one that set up the key structure. And so what you got is on the second floor, you got all these labs that are shared labs with multiple faculty need to access those labs, but each lab has an independent office that is a private space, that is that individual faculty's office. So the key that gets you into the lab can't be the same key that gets you into the office, because then that faculty member can't be insured of any privacy, so to speak, for their particular individual space. So that means, Stephanie, how many keys did they give you?
I got 4 yesterday, and this is half of mine. I still have 4 that are not being talked about yet.
And I was told to bring a dolly to collect mine.
So you might need, we'll get you, as part of our new health plan, you'll be given plenty of keys to carry around to make sure that you're exercising as you walk around with those additional keys strapped to your body somewhere. And we'll be tweaking that system over the next year or two, and maybe doing some changes and rekeying locks and those kind of things once we fully understand. The building hasn't really been turned over to us, so we're still trying to understand how things work in it as well, as it pertains to the security system as well. Can you, Leslie, got a question? Well, I'm not sure that we've got some people that might be listening in. We told them they should because they might learn something. So
I understand about the individual keys. I don't have my keys yet. That's fine. I'm worried about access to the building at earlier or later times. At least do this maybe this weekend even. I mean, we've all been at faculty development and been moving unloaded boxes. As far as class, we have a classroom and the lab prepared, which is where our focus should have been. But just to get message out to students and be able to work a little bit in there, because we can't be through meetings, 8 to 4. And then we haven't had the chance to do it. And I've tried to get into the building at like 7:30, and I can't get in until after 8.
And until we get very good point, until we get the security system working where you can use the RFID card, we have to manually lock and unlock the doors. Go ahead, Bo. And again, Bo's trying to oversee the building from an administrative perspective.
Yeah, and first of all, just let me thank everyone in the room, because it took a team effort to move into that so that we are there. Everyone in this room played a part in that somehow, whether it's packing boxes, moving boxes, making arrangements to get things where they need to be. So I really appreciate that, including the guys from physical clinic who work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, that physically move the stuff. When it comes to access, the first week, the building will open at 7. We'll have staff there to open the doors at 7, and then I'm going to stay until the last person's in the building. So we will have the building open.
Now, if you're needing access this weekend,
That was
okay,
my question.
if you
I think
will,
a lot of us plan on being there.
if you will share with us, if we can come up with some standard hours, I live very close. I will come, unlock the building, make sure that you can get in it, and come back and lock it up. But I'd like for us to try to maybe agree on what those hours are within some kind of parameters. If you can get that information to myself and Bo, best thing to do is send us an email. Then we will try to accommodate that as best we can between the 2 or 3 of us that have exterior keys to the building. There's not enough exterior keys to issue everyone an exterior key. And again, the RFID card system, once we got it up and operational, should eliminate the need for a key access to the building. Faculty will have access that allows them to get into the building basically whenever they want to, probably. But that system's not yet operational, but it should be very soon. Yes, sir.
As of now, and we don't, as you clearly mentioned, we don't have access to the exterior doors. If I leave here today and I end up staying until 7 o'clock this evening in my office, is it okay that I just exit the door and the door closes and it locks by itself?
At this point in time, we do not have the security system enabled. So when that you should, every time, when you leave the building, for now at least, if you want to walk through, make sure every light's turned out as you go, that'd be great. If you want to check the doors to make sure they're all locked, that's great. If they're not all locked, send me an email, let me know which ones aren't locked. Or send Bo. Bo's been staying till 7 or 8 at night every night for the last 2 or 3 weeks. But at this point in time, you don't have to worry about a keypad or enabling the system. Our understanding of the system, when it's working, is that we can set automatically when it starts its, but if you're in the building and leave, I think it interprets that as an okay activity. I'm not sure, but I believe it does. So the issue is only when you're trying to get in. If you get in, I don't think it has a problem with you leaving. There's no motion sensors inside the building, so it's primarily a breach situation. And we're getting trained tomorrow so we better understand how that particular activity works. And once we understand it better, we will certainly work with all of the people that are in the building so that they understand it. Could be that everybody has to have a code. There's a keypad that enables the security system that's right beside the reception desk on the 2nd floor. I don't know yet till we get a chance to talk with Verizon, who is the installer of the system. But at this point in time, there's no problem leaving the building. You don't have to worry about enabling security. We haven't turned it on, so to speak.
Okay, and this is just for everyone. As I left last night, as Dell was saying, certain lights won't turn off. There's actually a lot of lights that won't turn off. I went through the entire building trying to turn all the lights off, and most of them actually that you see on won't turn off. You can hit every switch there is, they won't turn off. So don't be alarmed if the lights won't turn off.
That's right. That's part of the security process. And certain lighting is always in place in the building.
And it's quite a few of them. It's not just a little light here.
Well, I didn't tell you that one of the things I'm going to talk to Michael Wade about is see if we can get a cadre of clergy to come and perform an exorcism on this building shortly after we move in, because I believe that we disturb some ancient culture's burial ground, and we've been dealing with that ever since. And
Dale,
yes,
can you have a 2-for-1 deal on that exorcism?
We will discuss that with the clergy.
Okay, thank you.
And then once we have a good exorcism, we might have to ask for a blessing at that point in time to try to ensure that those demons do not come back, actually. We met yesterday. Rob, I, and Bo did a walkthrough with Grandview Systems. Grandview Systems is the installer of all the audiovisual equipment in the building. Due to the project lateness. We weren't told how much money we had for audiovisual equipment till sometime in July. We figured out what we could live with and what we couldn't live with, and there was a purchase order issued the middle of July. Therefore, audiovisual equipment, there's some's already been installed, 99% of it has not, and it probably will not be installed for at least another 3 to 4 weeks. So, we are scrambling to come up with desktop projection units to make those available, and we're going to do the best we can. So we ask you for your understanding and patience in that process, because I know that most of you have integrated instruction that involves audiovisual, and that's just the reality of the situation, and I apologize. And it blew my mind when Tom told me yesterday it might be 4 to 6 weeks before he can get everything up. And then it gets a little more challenging because we're in the classrooms. So we've got to give him a schedule so that he knows which rooms he can get in, what hours, and those types of things. Said he didn't have a problem with his people working nights, but he didn't know if he could make them work weekends. So we'll see how that goes. But that is a serious problem. We understand that. And he understands it. He's actually going to send us a bunch of the projection units that gets mounted in the various classrooms, so that we'll have those to help supplement set them on the desktop and supplement until we can get these systems actually installed and working as they should long term. That might be the biggest thing that impacts the faculty in the next 2 to 3 weeks. There's another significant thing that will impact, and we don't have a schedule yet, and we will hope to try to do it probably during Thanksgiving break and Christmas break, but all the windowsills in the building need replaced. That means all the windowsills need taken out and all new windowsills put in. So that's basically every office, every classroom pretty much has a windowsill. And so those have to be removed and replaced. And that will be something that will happen over the next, again, we'll try to time it when we're not in session, if at all possible. Parking. Some of you that have been at the building might have noticed that we changed where faculty and staff reserve parking is. It's no longer in the front of the building. It is now to the right of the building and around behind, with general student parking available in the front of the building and the circle and so forth at the building. Then overflow parking is down over the hill in the High Technology Park parking lot. We actually added about 60 or 70 spaces down there when we were constructing the building. So that's where overflow parking is. And we haven't got a sign made yet that tells people that. Probably need to get one made and posted somewhere that says overflow parking is located down over the hill. But I assume most people that can't park are probably going to come in the front door outraged and say, where can I park? And we will tell them that they need to park down over the hill. Yes, sir. Can you get the microphone, please?
Are the spots there down below the hill there marked as overflow?
No.
Okay.
So anywhere down there is free game.
Okay.
Given the occupancy level of that building down below us, I don't think we'll have an issue. We don't say you can only park in these 50 spots. We actually have emergency phones at a couple different places down over the hill. So if someone runs into trouble, they can pick up an emergency phone and dial, and it automatically dials 911.
While we're on parking, at least myself have been curious about this. Do we need a parking permit? I have no classes on campus. Do I need to continue to pay for a parking permit?
Yes. Campus security.
I'd be so curious.
Tied in with your parking permit is campus security, okay? So campus security will be helping us with that building. They will be doing regular monitoring of that building. And therefore, now they're not going to be out there enforcing parking. At this point in time, we don't have anybody enforcing parking. We might have to get to where we get somebody that enforces parking, but at this point in time, we're not planning to have a parking enforcement person. They're regular. Now, we're going to ask campus security to check and issue tickets if they need to. So the answer is yes, because campus security is going to be supporting the building part. A big part of what we pay in the way of a parking pass goes to cover the cost and operation of our campus security people and personnel. So, yes.
One more.
Certainly.
At what point do we have a process in place that we notice a particular item that needs attention, or we believe it needs attention?
Certainly.
For instance, my threshold in my office doesn't have a threshold.
Okay.
Maybe they just haven't done it yet. That's my assumption. But
You should send an email. My recommendation is send an email to both Bo and I.
So you are taking those.
And we are then sharing that with the contractors on site. You know, for example, I put up the flags last Friday, and in the process of putting the flags up, I realized the flagpole was leaning over 2 feet. So yesterday they took and straightened the flagpole. It's pretty straight now. I still think it's off 6 inches at the top, but anyway, maybe I'm just off 6 inches. I don't know. So there are going to be tons of those kind of things that you're going to run into. First of all, architects design the building, but they don't live in it. And so some of the stuff they design isn't really very livable, quite honestly, but some of it we will try to modify if we can. But as you discover issues, problems, so forth, yes, please make us aware. We're going to be tweaking heating and cooling systems. We'll be tweaking cooling. Once we start getting 300 or 400 people through that building, that's going to change cooling parameters stuff. We haven't had cold weather yet with the heating system up and operational. We'll be tweaking heating for a period of time, trying to make sure that's working correctly. So that's the reason I say it's going to be a work in progress for months and months and months to come as we identify what they call punch list items. A door sweep is a punch list item. It might be on the architect's punch list that has been turned over to the contractor. I think they turned over about a 60-page document that was punch list items, which is not necessarily unusual, but certainly letting us know that, we can go to the contractor and say, is this on the punch list? And they're working through those punch list items. We've tried to prioritize what we believe are the more critical issues, such as the bathroom doors that were not part of the original plan.
Thank you for the bathroom doors.
Well, we knew that might be a problem when you could stand in the hallway and look down inside the bathroom and see people in the bathroom. And my first question to an architect is said, so you guys haven't learned how to design the layout of a bathroom where you can't see all the way from one end to the other from standing in the hall? And they said, well, apparently not. So, just for your information, I probably shouldn't tell you, but just for your information, that only cost us $20,000 additional to put in those 4 doors. And that was a cost on us that we might go back to the architect for, but not on us. When I say us, that's the system, because we are all together, Yes, sir.
This is just a general question, but, and I don't know, somebody mentioned yesterday, made mention of the suit was brought forth by Nillo.
We don't comment on pending litigation.
Right, and I wouldn't expect we would. So my point is, the only thing that I've seen in the paper over the past 6 weeks about the ATC has been a suit about the ATC. My question relates to, we have the opportunity to present such a positive spin on this magnificent structure that's there with all of its flaws, but there's, hey, all these great programs are coming out here, or hey, we started the move-in process, or hey, all these faculty put in this extra time, or hey, Monday we're opening the doors to 500 students. And I haven't seen a single newspaper article, a single piece of information whatsoever until I see on the paper $70,000 lawsuit.
And that's probably the first of many. But in any case.
Well, but the point would be that.
I understand your point, and we do probably need to, I'll be honest with you, Brian, it hadn't even crossed my mind. I'm too busy trying to focus on doors in bathrooms and tiles and heating, cooling, and locking the front door versus not being able to lock the front door. That it hasn't crossed my mind.
Nor would it be part of your realm, but it's as a general comment, as I say, as a Pierpont strategy, it seems to me we're missing some opportunities here for earned media that don't cost us anything.
But I agree.
And
we
it would
need
be a
to.
great opportunity, for instance, in this thing, to enumerate all the things that are going on, so all these people can be leaving here saying, there's some doors that have to be replaced, but man, what we're doing out there is amazing. The opportunities are going to be.
And that is a very, very good point. It is going to be an amazing facility for us. And I think most of the faculty that will be in that building will be fantastically excited to be in some of the space they're going to be in once everything's finalized and operational. I mean, we're talking about minor details right now that make life a little uncomfortable, but do not critically impact the overall functionality of that building and how it works. Well, I don't know that it's missed.
But the lead up, I mean, people love to wait for a grand opening.
Well, the grand opening is not down, well, there is grand opening scheduled. It's right now, it's in October. So there is grand opening and that'll be done, but we could probably, I don't know why we can't get some kind of article out about we started classes there and here's all the programs here and here's how many students will be there. And I think we can run that, this week and still get benefit out of it.
Well, absolutely, of course you can. I mean, I hope we are planning for that. I mean, we should have somebody standing at the front door taking a picture of the first student coming through there. And
yes, we should.
A million things like that
yes, we
could
should.
have been happening, but haven't. But there's still left time to gather and grasp that. But I hope that we continue to do. I mean, every week there should be something in there. Frankly, even leading up to the ribbon cutting, there's enough activity, things going on there that we could capture that.
I don't disagree, Brian. I think that's a point well taken.
Pictures like use social media?
Certainly.
It's litigation, I'm just not sure. Okay, so that's.
Well, I would make it a positive picture. I wouldn't make it one of the doors that, yeah, I wouldn't do the bathroom doors right now. Matter of fact, they're not permanent doors right now, they're temporary doors. That's another story too.
I think we would like to just saturate social media ourselves because people watch us.
Well, and the thing of it is, there's now something there to take a picture of, okay? Before, I mean, quite honestly, in my opinion, a picture of a vacant classroom is the worst thing I want to see. Now, a picture this week of one of the labs with Doug Furr or Mitch Jordan or somebody with a classroom engaged in some of their trainers, or Stephanie Jordan engaged in her lab, now that is something that is worth telling a story about and can be something that we can use to talk about. We're in the new building. Look what's going on here. Pictures of that. Not an empty corridor. There's been nobody there to shoot except the contractors and Bo and I and some staff. And quite honestly, we're not very photogenic. So but I think the opportunity does exist to capture that, and we need to try to capture some of that and get some good PR out of it. I agree. That's a very good suggestion.
Well, to address Brian's concerns about that, we actually already have it. Monday, my electrical utility technology student fall 2016 class had their orientation with a beautiful presentation, and Steve Santilli was there and took several photos, headshots, whatever. Did he put it on Facebook? So we did get some exposure there. He has those. I don't know what he plans to, how far out he plans to push those pictures. But we have had our first class in that building already, and pictures were taken.
But I mean, it's a very good point. We need to contact media, tell them, look, we're in the new building. You want to come up and take a look? Now we got students there. Might want to wait another week till the bathroom doors are working right. I mean, that's the trade-off, Brian, depending on, when do you bring them in? I mean, there's still, the front doors don't work right now. and it's gonna take a change order, which is gonna be probably 2 or 3 weeks to get it done before the front door's right. So Bo and I are gonna be using, well, Bo's gonna be using zip ties to allow people to get in and out of the front doors. Okay?
The point is, you'll never wait till it's all completely finished and perfect. You're not going to get there. So you just look for human interest stories. The one student that's coming in, that's all you need. You don't need to go through any of the building. You just need a student standing at the front door and have them say, "You're going to open this building," and the student went in.
And I think this week gives us the opportunity to do that, Brian. I agree. I agree very much.
Bill, can I address a couple of issues?
Certainly, sir.
Safety issues?
Yes, sir.
One is, walking down the hallways, I don't see any fire extinguishers installed.
Yes, there are fire extinguishers in the building.
There are 3 on each floor, there's none in your class.
Okay. And,
Okay.
yeah, the labs, like, we might need to address that in terms of the labs.
Matter of fact, Bo and I talked this morning about we were going to get our safety guy, that's our shared safety person, to come through the building and give us a recommendation about additional fire extinguishers we maybe ought to invest in. We had that discussion this morning. But from the standpoint of fire marshal, there are all the fire extinguishers that there need to be based on the fire marshal's understanding of it, because they've given us an occupancy to the building and wouldn't have done so without that.
Good. The other item that struck me in the labs with the glass fronts, and we do have a lock on the door, but if we were able to get a shooter, God forbid, I'm not sure where, I guess I realize that maybe a plan hasn't been worked through, but we probably need to work through some kind of plan about what we're going to do. Maybe work with security or somebody.
We've had discussions, general discussions with campus security. And as you may or may not know, no longer is shelter in place what the recommendation is. It's now a different recommendation. That you become actively engaged with the shooter is now the recommendation. And there's a new phrase that they use. We actually had a walkthrough with campus security with Matt and Jack this past week. And we talked about that. The faculty were concerned about all the glass. That was the building that's designed that way. They wanted it all glass. It's been brought up for 3 years now. And the purpose behind the building is to instill excitement in other individuals as they see these activities going on throughout the rooms. Hard to do that if you can't see into the rooms. The Southern ATC, if you've been to it, is set up exactly the same way. It does create security issues, and we do need to we do need to have campus security come out and do a training with our people in that building and a plan and implement that process. Yes, we do. Any other questions? Concerns?
Are there cameras in the stairwells? They're everywhere else. But I haven't noticed. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know? I don't know, but I know you take concert.
I'm not sure if there's cameras in the stairwells. There's cameras at every entrance to the building. So that means someone's entering the building will be recorded. And there's some cameras in various locations in the hallways. A few. Not sure if there's any in the stairwells.
I'm not either. I don't know. Is that going to be Bo's job to review those 24-hour tapes 7 days a week to see if someone entered the building or not?
We thought maybe we'd give that to you, Jay. You figured you didn't have too much to do, so we thought we'd add that to your do that in lieu of a 3-hour class or something like that. Hopefully we're not going to be reviewing them. Hopefully there would only be an incident, and you would go back and look at that incident to see what maybe occurred, which is usually the way those things work anyway. Although we could hire 2 or 3 people to monitor them. If you guys want to give up some money in your academic areas, we'll hire 2 or 3 more people to monitor those cameras. All trade-off, folks, what you can afford and what we try to do. So we're trying to do the best we can and still keep it at a reasonable level of safety and so forth. The building is probably the safest building that either Pierpont or Fairmont State have, is my opinion. I believe it is the most secure building of any building that exists that we use currently. That's my personal belief. Is it 100%? No. It's hard to make a public space that, as we all know.
Is there any plan for appointed days or hours of student affairs to be at the ATC for students?
Well, we've cross-trained some of the continuing ed staff. Matter of fact, Jillian Soul, who's the primary receptionist for the continuing ed area, has been on campus for the last 2 weeks. Is that right, Nancy?
I think even longer. She's really good.
And
I thought she was ours permanently. I think this.
no, she's going back to the new building. So she has been cross-trained so that she is prepared to address student questions that they might have that are student services related. And so we did that intentionally. And we probably will continue to cross-train some of our CE staff. I know that we have had discussions with Lila Grandstaff, our Assistant Vice President for Enrollment Management, about having some people out there on a part-time basis once we get through the rush of getting new students into campus and so forth. So has been discussion about that. You know, the building we're using the building, the administrative space is being used differently from the way the building was designed. The building was designed to have a student services center there, fully staffed. And the plan at that point in time was that Locust would be a secondary student services staff, with this being primary. Part of making that work was there was to be administrative space on the third floor. There was not enough funds to build out the administrative space on the third floor. So we had to reach a compromise to find a location for the administrative people that we don't have any other place to put. And so they went into the student services area. I think it's a little premature to abandon full-time student services on Locust Avenue personally. So I'm kind of glad that we backed off a step with that. But there will be some level of student service support there. And again, Jillian everybody was singing Jillian's praises this morning. There was like 15 emails about how thankful they were that she'd stepped in and was helping do things, and how much she had helped us over the last couple of weeks, and that's knowledge she'll take with her. And Bo, I think we're talking about other people that are there getting cross-trained and understanding more things as well.
And this may be a question for Bo. Have we given thought, because we have a wonderfully designed and beautiful information and welcome desk when you enter the building, if that welcome desk, not the student services desk, but that welcome desk when you enter, being staffed by somebody to provide hospitality.
It will be?
Yeah.
Okay.
Staff rotating reserve.
I was thinking I might set my new workstation up there, Michael. I tried it out actually yesterday, and it wasn't too bad. But there wasn't nobody coming in that bothered me. Just the contractors. And a couple of faculty. Stephanie came up with another problem. You know, she's always got some kind of issue that No, you've been very, 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 I'm making a joke. You've been very, very, very accommodating and very reasonable.
Here's one, maybe a question, I'm not sure. As of now, the elevator, as well as the steps, still continue to the third floor.
They do.
And
we are going.
All of us faculty members, as we know our students, and maybe.
Yes, we do.
I'm not sure. But they're going to be hanging out on the third floor.
They will be. Bo's trying to, we have asked for changing the locks on the emergency exit doors on the third floor so that we can lock those doors, and we have also put in a request for the elevator company to put a lockout on the third floor so we can lock out the third floor so that it's only used. When that will be done, I don't have a timeline, but we have recognized that fact and have been talking about it for over a month. and still haven't gotten anything changed yet. But we do recognize that, and it is not a place that students should be. It is not a place that anyone should be. It is not occupiable space. The fire marshal did not grant us permission to have people in that space. Bo found a parent up in that space the other day when someone was there testing. They thought it was a nice place to hang out. The one thing that I have asked for is to make sure you enter the roof from that space. And I have told them they have to make the lock on that door where we can secure it, because I don't want somebody walking out on top of the building and falling off the back. So hopefully that will be done by this Friday. I told them it had to be done by this Friday, at least that piece. So we recognize it's a problem. We have said it's got to be fixed, and we're waiting on them to fix it. We could probably have Schindler just shut down the third floor, but the problem is we're still moving overstocked or excess furniture up to that floor, so we still need it. They could probably just go in and turn it completely off, but we need it to where we can turn it on and use it when we need it and turn it back off. Maybe we ought to talk to them about for the next few weeks until they get that in place, just coming in and cutting off the third floor, pulling the wire on the elevator. We'll talk about that at 1:30 when we have our meeting with the contractor. Yes, sir.
For bus transportation between the campus and...
We have an arrangement with the Marion County Transit Authority. They are actually running right now, and have been since August 1, running a bus service. First one runs at 7 a.m. in the morning, the next one runs at 11:30, the next one runs at 3 o'clock, the next one runs at 5 o'clock.
I was going to say, is it published?
I don't see anything on my screen, so. Well, but I got to turn around, sorry. Where am I going now? PC info. There you go, sorry. Can't see anything on the screen in front of the fly.
Oh, okay.
They actually post as good.
Where do I find it?
Go back.
I think we're making our point.
It's right there.
Oh, it's right there. Sorry, excuse me. And right now, the last run is 6, but starting on the 15th, they will have a 9 p.m. run that runs as well. And they are willing to work with us to change that schedule as we learn more about how our students will be needing that facility. I think I was told that right now there's about, Leslie, you might remember about 30 students that are on Locust Avenue housing that have classes at the ATC, something like that. So we anticipate many of those students will probably utilize the bus service that's available to anyone that has a Pierpont student ID.
And this may also be a Bo question. Has the system error been initialized?
What's happened is with construction, they think it just got onto that. There was dust particles they believe got onto that alarm sensor, so they're trying with compressed air to clean that off. If that doesn't work,
Well, I mean, the system that's in the compressor room, or I'm asking the system air for our labs to function.
oh, error. I'm sorry, I thought you said error.
Sorry,
I don't know what to start.
I don't know if that's been started up yet or not, Mitch. That's something we'll ask today about at 1:30. I thought you were talking about the system error. We've been getting a fire alarm error in the data lab, and it's due to some error in the sensor.
I was talking about the immensely expensive and very shiny medical air system that we're going to end up running hydraulic systems off of. So, we're going to
Yes, we will ask about that. it's supposed to have been tested and was proved to be working, and just, I don't know that it's been turned on yet. And we need it by Monday, right? When do we need it?
The mid-semester.
Oh.
We'll need it mid-semester.
What about you, Steph?
I don't need air.
You don't use air.
I need fire. I only need fire.
You will have fire in the one location where we talked about.
That's all I need.
By Monday. They're probably installing fire today. I hope.
I don't need air, not water.
So the schedule will change Monday to have a 9 p.m. run as well. And they've been, if you've been out at the building, they've been since August 1. They've been running the loop. They're regularly when they're supposed to be there. And that's my fault. When they told me August 1, I didn't pick up on it. I was just so glad that they gave me that we worked out a schedule. And then on the Sunday before August 1, I said, oh my God, they don't need to be there till August 15th. I sent George an email, but he'd already scheduled his person. So that person's been driving the loop and having a good time. So he or she at least knows now how the circuit runs. Martine.
When you come up the hill, you take a left turn and you cross the double line. Will we all be ticketed?
I'll tell you what, I will see if I don't think there's any police officers monitoring that particular turn. At the time that was striped, there was no entrance there that they needed to worry about. So, I have never known that you had to have I mean, I live out in the country and I cross the solid line every day. I turn into my driveway, so don't know that I don't believe that's actually a ticketable offense as long as there's a driveway you're turning into and you do it properly.
So long as you do not impede right away of the opposing.
That's exactly right. You can turn anywhere you want to, whether it's double line, no line, dotted line. You can't pass on that particular part of the highway, but that will get you a ticket. But turning into our driveway will not get you a ticket.
As far as the actual maintenance of the facility, is there a person assigned to that? I mean, for the compressors, the heating units.
Yes, there is.
We don't want to know who it is.
Not sure that I publicly announced it yet, but yes, there has been. We believe that we have that all worked out. If it turns out we haven't, then we will be posting a job. But we believe we have it solved. Actually, what we've worked out right now from a high level of the building is actually going to be Donnie Strand, who is part of our physical plant. He will be in charge from a high level. And what we've worked out is if we happen to need electrical work, once we take control of the building, still under contractors and they still have things to fix. And when we have problems, we still have to contact them, get them in, get them scheduled, all those kind of things, because that's their responsibility. Anytime we start taking over, it costs us money. So what we've worked out right now is if we need electrical support, once it's ours to manage, we need plumbing support, we will work with Donnie Strand to bring the central staff, shared resources to the building, and then we reimburse them for that cost of bringing that individual out, which is a lot cheaper than hiring a third party to come in and do it independently. So that's what we have worked out right now. And we do have a person that's agreed to be our physical facility kind of oversight person who's very knowledgeable of the building, actually. Extremely knowledgeable. Just the building will be under warranty for about a year, so we'll be calling most of those contractors back now if they show up or not. I can't answer that question. They'll be responsible to show up. If there's no other questions, we need to get to the next meeting with the contractors. That's starting right now. And if you have questions as things come up, either ask Bo, ask me. If it's something we need to document, it'd be good if you send an email. That's the way it's documented. We can send it on to the system office very easily. We can send it on to the contractors very easily, like the door sweep, that kind of stuff. Yes, sir, David.
Just a tangential-related question. I know a lot of folks have been on the ATC, but on Lowstaffing campus, we've had some construction work, obviously, over the summer, James Hall. Do we have access to those buildings to change the doors out? We don't have keys right now, and I know that there are buildings that be locking up about 4:30, 4:45 or so.
You know, that's something I need to check with Stephanie on, because I do not know the answer to that, David. But I was told that they were going to be moving everybody back in before the end of this week.
We're in James Hall right now.
You don't have any keys?
To the external.
I will ask Stephanie about that. Please send me an email. That'll help me make sure to send Stephanie an email though. Thank you.
Hey guys, the next thing on your agenda, we're revising that because we just are. The next thing on the agenda was Gen Ed. So I'm going to get a message out about the Gen Ed results from their student graduation survey we did. And talk to you about the grant opportunity we have and kind of get a feel from you all as to how you think I should look for ways to spend $4,000. And I'll give you the parameters of how we can spend that by November. Nick, George is still Gen Ed chair, and he's going to also get a crack the message and get it out to all faculty, but we've lost a lot of you throughout the day, and we need to get people all of their lives. So whatever information comes about Gen Ed will be coming in a separate email, one for me, one for Nick. Thanks.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank you. Anybody plug in? Everybody's been right. You, the search? Oh, and that one is on this. Yeah. Okay, we have the same next shot.
For 5 years, I've been saying, and I've never seen that. You should be worried about that, that's not, he wasn't the right person. Yes. Mike, very sweet office. And really leave it later on. Where I got today is. Sort of.
All right, we'll see over there, Brian.
Yes. Oh, we're meeting there? Okay.
Yeah, originally they had told me that.
I worked for Jim. Back in 2012.
Originally, she told me she only had the, and then Sherry told me it really didn't matter. She wasn't
You got. All serious. Yeah, well, I was amazing.
I know. Like, well, that was a good thing while it lasted.
It was, right, exactly. Realized that upper level administrators, you know, he was the first, like the governor,
That's at church, right?
I've known politicians personally, meeting, but I knew Richard was really talking to him personally. He was a nice guy. He wasn't mean, he wasn't deceptive. He was like other politicians. Got the process. It was that big. I was just very president. I had press credentials, but I also had chamber conference. And so they didn't touch me. This is when I had my own. He was very appreciative. Some of those people, they could hurt you. You get hurt.
Well, history,
I hear those knowledge. Bob Brown, for years, 60 minutes before the stadiums. I remember Bob Brown, when he was young, he was the biggest looking guy. All the girls just chasing him. Same with Bob. Bob knows. Age, it was his anchor. AOTD. And he was president of the Society of College Chapter, Society of Training. And he carried it for a while. And that's the way he was someone very hardworking, extremely capable. I couldn't keep up with him. He was capable. He also didn't know anything about it. So added there. But some of those people. And then I worked for UTI. They were very respectful. We had a local large daily. That time we were doing it was like every place else. This reporter was 60. He had been doing all this long. And everything straight. Then, in 1870, office, maybe another 5 office. This guy announced, he announced that this paper was getting to his notes. I think it's going to offices. That's it. And newspaper. Did honor his duties. They were very good. And office was a very long time. All the reporting, duties, that type of thing. It was this, yeah. I was thinking. He was in some personal things out of everything in the world. Was subjective. I personally didn't think anything less of it. I was one of them. Told office was one of the least favorite people. He was. Not only the business, he was secure. Some played every the very good. This guy, I would think, was a lot better. I think it was the water company's problem. There was a long problem. He's and we were talking about where they go. Out of the 19th century. Yeah, two or 80 years. Yeah, West Virginia is not the only person. And my family had heard during the early 1900s. Yeah. My dad, my granddad, never my answer. Standard Oil, Standard Oil, Ohio, Standard in New Jersey, which was Standard in the.
So I'm actually,
Seven different companies.
that's what I know.
Including.
I have, this is all the time to know.
Let's talk about this. He was brother. Yeah. And he was a Kimberly's one, needs those.
Well, I'll see you later.
Okay.
Well, Matthew has been told there's a lot of excitement to know that this is to be back on the market. Oh. Well, maybe I should go home. I brought mine and had it in black bag Tuesday last week. Never mind, I already told us. Although, look, my presentation, the presentation was very informative. I knew a lot of that stuff, but a lot of that stuff I didn't know. And you know, it's true. They were saying that, you know, Barb said that. Here's my presentation.
Sorry, you have to feel better. Actually, I'm going to have you start with the hospital. I got a carpet. The choir loft. Our choir loft, our choir stand, had to go up to the choir loft, there's a riser. And then on the back, well, they kind of outgrown it, so they want to extend the riser to clear the limits. And make it taller. I guess we got that done. But the carpet, because there needs carpet in for city. So, one of the guys in church was flying yesterday. I'm gonna pick it up today and take it back, and then I got Bill to step the riser. Another little contact cement, stick it a little bit. Hey, you gotta work, doesn't that look pretty?
That's true.
As long as nobody trips.
At least not from far away, right?
Well, no, you can't see it, that's the thing. Only the choir will see it because there's like a wall, riser wall. So when they sit down, all you see is like, right?
Yeah.
So it's only the choir that's gonna see it. So as long as they don't trip, they don't care. If you purple carpet, whatever. Yeah, feel better.
Thank you.
testing the entirety of the first floor, just the, basically, the areas where the access point is placed, access points.
Oh, yes, yeah, yes,